Ladies and gentlemen, lend me your ears and your eyes. Diva Divine Light, live from Brooklyn, New York.
Know the lane for what you saying, yo. Said it with my 9 million with the dilly, yo. When I be on the mic, yes, I do my duty, yo. While up in the club, I be while in the studio. You don't wanna vibe, nigga, really and truly, yo. My main thug, nigga named Julio, he moody, yo. I'm a nigga that'll slap you with the tulio. Bitch, nigga scared to death, act fruity, yo. Fuck that, look at shorty, she a little cutie, yo. The way you shake it, nigga, wanna get all in the booty, yo. With no delaying for what you saying, yo.
Diva Divine Light.
Really my heart to me. Fuck me, see what you got for me. Put more than dance with my eyes to see. Still $1 in the place to be. If you really my heart to me. Fuck me, see what you got for me. Put more than dance with my eyes to see. Still $1 in the place to be. If you.
You're watching Diva, the Divine Light. A fun-loving, caring, passionate person who talks about sex, celebrity, and real-life issues, and even abuse. So hit that like button and make sure you share the show.
Really my heart to me. Fuck me, see what you got for me. Put more than dance with my eyes to see. Still $1 in the place to be. If you really my heart to me. Fuck me, see what you got for me. Put more than dance with my eyes to see. Still $1 in the place to be. If you really my heart to me. Fuck me, see what you got for me. Put more than dance with my eyes to see. Still $1 in the place to be. If you really my heart to me. Fuck me, see what you got for me. Put more than dance with my eyes to see. Still $1 in the place to be. If you.
Here comes the pitch, and it comes in wide. On the combo.
Hello, hello, hello. Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3. Good evening, everyone. Hello. Is anybody out there? I hope everybody had a great, great holiday. Enjoyed your food with your family and your friends and your loved ones. And you had a blessed holiday and got fat over that day. So yesterday was great for me. I cooked for the family, the immediate family. I had some turkey, some cornbread. I made macaroni salad. Well, actually, David made the macaroni salad. David seasons the turkey this year. And I made some yams, and I made yellow rice. I made some beans. I did a little video of the food. I enjoyed my time with my family. And the day went quick, and it was nice, and it was blessed, and it was peaceful. And thank God. And I hope everybody else had a peaceful one. So, there has been a lot of things going on, guys. I know I was supposed to come out with this one. Sorry about that. Ears to the Streets was supposed to be a co-host with me, but things wound up happening. Life happens. Thank God everything is okay. My son is doing better. And so I apologize for that, guys. But everybody else got the news, so it's not like you guys were going to miss any information. There was so many other people talking about this Diddy case. And Cassie, one survivor to a next. It's hard when you're actually going through the abuse. And in her situation, it's different because it had to do with the music industry. and, you know, setting her dreams of becoming a singer, an artist, maybe one day a great big artist, a superstar. And for me, he took that away. He amped her up, got her going, and then just pulled that right from under her. And unfortunately, she was in so deep that it was hard for her to get out. And it's sad when we, as survivors in these situations, it's hard because you get yourself in and you really don't know how to get yourself out. So the best way for you to protect yourself is to go into survivor mode. Hey Cherie, what's up, baby? How are you, sweetheart? Happy Thanksgiving to you too, mama. Welcome to the chat. I'm glad you're here because I got a bunch of people in the back, but nobody's in the bush. And they're all in the bushes. Nobody's coming out. Come on into the chat. It's okay. Don't be scared. I mean, I'm not going to bite you. And I don't think anybody else will. As long as you're respectful, I mean, I don't have a problem with whoever you are. So, but as I was saying, Cherie, survivors do what survivors have to do, and that's survive. And sometimes if that means getting beat and taking those beatings, sometimes if that means eating shit out of a cup, if sometimes it means being humiliated in front of others, then that's what it is. You know, you either freeze, fight, or flight. And when you get caught up, and after a while, people like Bill Cosby, Puff Daddy, R. Kelly, these men like this have that power and control, and money is their power. Being big in the industry is their power. So they have a lot of yes men around them. And if you want to stay around these people, you have to do what you're told. You have to prove some type of loyalty to them if you want to continue to be around these famous people. And that's sad to say, but it's true. And this is all sad at the end of the day. These women, girls, hey, Purple, how are you, honey? Good evening, sweetheart. God bless you. Hope you had a good Thanksgiving as well. And, it's sad that these women put themselves through this. Diddy could go down. He could go down like R. Kelly if the feds, let's just say, if the police decide to want to open up an investigation against Puff Daddy and they bring it federally, because depending on, the girls and if they're willing to cooperate as well. You see, that's why it was hard to get R. Kelly at first too, because there was no one really willing to cooperate. And if you really don't have witnesses, you don't have a case, especially in these types of cases where they go back so far. You have to gather evidence. You have to gather witnesses. You have to gather facts, proof, circumstantial, direct evidence, things like this. You have to bring these things forward. You can't just go and say, okay, well, he did this to me, but I don't have no proof of anything. I mean, you have to have some type of something. You can't just always just go in on hearsay and say, this is what happened. There has to be somebody to corroborate the story. It has to be maybe there was a text message between the two of you or something that has to back up your story. You can't just come forward and just say, here I am, and this is my story. You have to have some type of evidence. Somebody, maybe you told someone about what happened and they remember what happened. That can be your witness to back up your claim. A lot of people don't understand, but that's what it is. That's how you build the case. This is how you build an investigation. Hey, Lesmit. I'm pretty sure it was hard, sweetheart. I know it was hard, baby. God bless you. God bless you. It was hard for me too, because I miss my aunt, and it's already been 3 years that she's been gone, and it still feels like it just happened yesterday. It doesn't feel like she's been gone that long. So I really cried this year. I miss my aunt. She was too young, 61. She had a heart attack in 2020. And she had just turned 61 in January. But yeah. And these people out here are like, oh, this is a money grab, blah, blah, blah. Well, this is what we call a civil suit, okay? And because the statute of limitations is up for a lot of these women, so they can't bring the case forward criminally, there is no limitation on the statute for sexual assault, which I think there should be criminally. They should change that. It shouldn't have just been for the year or two or things like that. It should be that there are no statute of limitations like with murder. There should be no statute of limitations on sexual assault. There should be none. That should go away because a lot of times survivors just don't do it right away. Sometimes we don't want to report the person. Why? Because we love the person. We know the person. We respect the person. We admire the person. We look up to that person. We want to shield that person. So you know what? He hurt me or she hurt me. It's okay. I'll live. Just walk away. Never turn back. You see the person in the street, act like nothing happened. You don't even know that person. And if you do see them, hey, how are you? Bye and hi and bye. Simple that. It happens. You can be abused by anyone. And like I said, with these people of power, it's hard for just one person to come forward. As you can see with the R. Kelly case, that was an example. They had to try to get Rashana Landfair to testify against him. And she lied. She perjured herself because she loved him. He had her mind so warped that she was so blind and thought that she was in love and he was in love with her. and she was a baby, and he took advantage of that. And now in 2021, he was convicted. In 2022, he was convicted, and it took a whole community to bring him down. And it had to be done at the right time. When he was low on money, that he wasn't doing so well in music the way he was. Like he said, he was a has-been. You know, R&B is fading away in the music industry. He kept it going. Neo, Usher, they kept it going. Chris Brown keeps it going, a little something like that. You know what I mean? And all these other little R&B artists that are out there. But R&B isn't in the top charts the way it was back in the 90s. Now it's more about hip-hop. There ain't no hip-hop R&B anymore. It's fading. So now, hey, Candy. How are you, honey? Happy holiday. Hold on 1 second, please. Sorry about that, guys. Hi. That was Josh saying hello to everyone. Thank you, mommy. Thank you. So, you know, you have the Survivors Act, right? And the Adult Survivors Act, which is the reason why a lot of these sexual assault cases, civil cases, are coming forward, okay? Because they took out the statute of limitations. All right. So this is the only way right now that people who were molested, assaulted, sexually violated in their past can come forward now and file a claim. You can't do it criminally, but you could do it civil. So it's not a money grab. It's still justice. It's just done in a different way. It's done in the civil courts where you can get compensated by monetary, in a monetary fashion. Okay? But you're still getting justice. All right? Now, that's another thing I wanted to talk about. Hassan Campbell. Hassan Campbell, if you by any chance come across this video and you know you hear me talking about you, I wish that you would do this at least to get some type of justice from that piece of trash of a man who's running this hip hop museum, which I think is wrong, and he should be off of the board of trustees. I don't know what it is exactly with that. I tried to follow the story. It's a lot. But I feel bad for him. You know, he's mentally hurt. He's hurt. He's hurt. But you know what? If he didn't come out and step up right now to go against him, then he has to find help. He needs to find help. He needs to go to a therapist, and he needs to speak to one and get out his feelings and talk about his pain. And like I said, they need to drop the statute of limitations for sexual assault across the state, period. Just like murder, there should be no limitations. There should be no limitations when a victim wants to come forward. It should be when the victim's ready. If the victim doesn't do it right then and there and have the courage to do it right then and there, then there should be no limitations for when she should be able to come forward, or he should be able to come forward. Okay? I don't know. Hold on one second. Okay, sorry about that, guys. So, you know, now, as I was saying, the Adult Survivors Act, okay, it's a New York State legislation, a New York State legislation, and it came out in 2022, okay, and it was to let me go. Okay, let me go to it here. I was trying to remember it offhand, but all right. So the Adult Survivors Act is a New York State legislation which was enacted in May of 2022, which amends state law to allow alleged victims of sexual offenses for which the statute of limitations has lapsed to file civil suits for a 1-year period from November 24th, 2022 to November 24th of 2023, which is today. Okay? Today is November 24th of the year 2023. So if you wanted to come forward, you had until midnight was the deadline to come forward today. Midnight. You still got a few more hours left to go and claim a civil suit. You know, I wish I could do this, but right now, unfortunately, the perpetrators of mine, I don't remember their last names. I don't even remember their last names. And that sucks for me because I don't remember their last names. How can I even come forward and I don't even know their last names? And the son of a bitch who started it all when I was 9 and he was 60 years old, he died. So God took care of him. The year after it happened to me, he died. He was an alcoholic. He had alcoholism. His liver shriveled up and he died. And I was so happy that he died. I really was. I was happy that he died. I was like, yes, I will never see his face ever again in life. Thank you, Lord Jesus, for taking care of him for me. Because no one came forward to stand up for me. And I couldn't because I was only 9 years old. All I could do was tell an adult, which I did. And nothing happened. So thank God that God took care of that son of a bitch. On the other hand, the other people, the other men who've done violated me throughout my life, throughout my years, I would never be able to find them. And that's what happens to a lot of us. That's why a lot of these cases don't even go reported. Hey, honey bunny, what's up, baby? Ty, what's up, mama? Happy Thanksgiving, ladies. Happy Thanksgiving, y'all. Hope you ladies had a good one. Everybody ate, stuffed their face. I miss you too, Ty. I miss all you guys. I miss you guys so much. Everybody's just scarce now, The sector died, You know what? Oak Cove came and did what we did, and we did what we had to do, you know, as a team to put the information in the streets, and that's what it was, Unfortunately, a lot of the stuff went to levels that it didn't have to go to. Um, a lot of people took things too personal in these streets. It's a shame that everybody wound up fighting against each other, people going to jail, people putting lawsuits on people, people trying to go to court, making threats. I mean, it's a shame that it had to go that far. I don't like it. It's a lot of bullying out here in these streets. It's what it was, a lot of bullying, harassment. And it was all unnecessary bullshit, I just wanted to come out here in the streets, give commentary, give information, meet new people, talk about my abuse, meet other survivors, see if we can form a group and, support one another and just talk to each other and give each other hugs and, from afar and close and, and just be there and talk about things and learn about abuse and the law and talk about it, you know. But this sector turned out to be some crazy shit, and I really don't want to be a part of any of it. I really don't. Um, no, why is it saying print? I just want to download. Hold on a second. Some weird shit here. Okay. Well, anyway, um, oh, you're putting up the lights, nice, honey. I gotta do that too. I gotta get next weekend. I'll go and get into it next weekend. Yeah, I know. Everybody always starts. That's the thing. It's always, everybody's always pointing a finger on who started what, who started this, who started that. You know what? At the end of the day, should have nobody has started anything. Period. You know what I mean? Nothing. And you know what? And when it started, ignore it. Ignore it. It goes away. You don't. We're adults. We're not children. Like sometimes I see the shit going on. I'd be like, what the fuck is going on? I mean, even some of the things that I participated in, at the end of the day, I looked at myself back at myself and go, what the fuck is wrong with me? I'm fucking retarded. Why would I do that? Like, what? I do. I'm owning up to some dumb shit I did. I did some dumb shit out here. I did. I did. But that was in my past. Like I'm not even with that shit no more. Like I'm really not. I really don't want to be fighting with people. That's not what I'm here for. It's not. So, as I was saying, the streets must continue to go on. Information must be out there. And I'm going to continue to do my thing as I do it. You know, I haven't been on as much lately. That's because I've been going through a lot behind the scenes at home and life. And I'm trying to take care of that. And, you know, YouTube right now at the moment was just slowing down for me anyway, you know. But there's a lot of things going on, and I got to make time for my people, my survivors, my loves, my women, my men, the strong survivors out there who come forward, who bring their courage out and come forward. It's hard. It takes a lot to come forward. People don't understand. It's hard to explain, but people don't understand. So, with the Adult Survivors Act, it expands the ability for plaintiffs to sue for sexual assault and unwanted sexual contact in the workplace. Okay. So before 2019, a 3-year statute of limitations applied to civil suits for sexual misconduct in New York. In 2019, New York extended the statute of limitations for civil suits arising from sex crimes against adults to 20 years. But this extension was not retroactive. So in 2022, the ASA, the Adult Survivors Act, was enacted, and the bill was sponsored by the state senator Brad Holman and Assembly member Linda Rosenthal. I'm sorry, Assembly member Linda Rosenthal. And it unanimously passed the state Senate in April of 2022, passed the Assembly on a 140-3 vote in May of 2022, and was signed into law by Governor Kathy Hochul. Okay. And she's part of the Democratic Party. All right. For New York. Now, the Adult Survivors Act amended New York's civil practice law and rules to allow alleged victims of sexual offenses for which the statute of limitations had lapsed to file civil suits for a 1-year period. The quote unquote look back window. All right. So from November 24th of 2022 to November 24th of 2023, which is today's date, the Adult Survivors Act is modeled after the New York Child Victims Act of 2019, which established a 1-year window, later extended by an additional year, for victims of child sexual abuse to sue, raising claims that otherwise would have been barred by the statute of limitations. So this gave them an opportunity, a window of opportunity to come forward. Didn't matter how long ago it was. So this bill was actually introduced in January of 2021. The Assembly voted on it May 23rd of 2022. The Senate voted on it in April of 2022. And then it was signed into law after the Assembly voted on May 24th of 2022. Okay. So, as we know, there have been all types of notable cases, right? Cases that we know of that have come out in the public. Hey, Aisha, what's up, mama? So you're right. Diddy can't go to jail for any of this. You're absolutely right. Now, the only thing that would have happened is he, in a civil suit, it's just let me hold on. Let me answer your question correctly. Hold on. Let's see. Right. So exactly. Who asked that question? Shireen. She said, so Diddy can't go to jail for any of this. And no, he can't go to jail. A person can't go to jail for losing a civil case. However, a person may be ordered to pay money or return property. So, civil court judges can also make decisions about a person's family or home. So, civil cases involve breaches of the law that are not criminal acts. So, civil law deals with behavior that injures an individual or private party. Okay. So, some examples of civil law would be defamation, breach of contract, negligence, or property damage. So, in a civil case, the plaintiff must prove their case by a preponderance of the evidence. And that's got to be more than 50%. Okay. That's what that is, baby. Give me 1 second. So, yeah. So, in a civil case, it is what it is. It's just civil, monetary. That's it. Okay. So, a lot of notable cases that we know that have gone under the Adult Survivors Act. Okay. So, roughly halfway through the look back period, relatively few civil lawsuits had been filed under the Adult Survivors Act. However, by the time the look back period established by the Adult Survivors Act expired in November of 2023, as we know, that there have been more than 2,500 lawsuits that have been filed under the Act. Okay. So right now, there are 2,500 lawsuits going on right now as we speak. Okay. Because it expired today and all these lawsuits are in there and they're rolling. Now it says that on the day the law took effect, a writer by the name of E. Jean Carroll, she filed a suit against businessman and politician, as we know him, Donald Trump, the ex-US president, for defamation and battery, right? And on May 9th of 2023, a jury in Manhattan federal court found that Trump defamed and sexually abused Carroll. And he was ordered to pay $5 million in damages. Okay. And then in 2022, 5 women used the Adult Survivors Act to sue NBC and Bill Cosby. In the complaint, the woman sued Cosby for assault, battery, false imprisonment, and intentional infliction of emotional distress, and sued NBC, which at the time produced The Cosby Show, for negligence. And the women allege that Cosby sexually assaulted them at various points from 1969 to 1992. Then another woman sued Cosby, Universal, NBC Universal, Kaufman Astoria Studios, and the Cassie Werner Company in November of 2023 under the Adult Survivors Act. Now, the plaintiff alleged that while she was working as a stand-in at the Cosby Show in the 1980s, Cosby drugged and sexually abused her. Now, complaints against State of New York under the Adult Survivors Act are filed in the Court of Claims. As of November 17th of 2023, 1,469 claims had been filed in the Court of Claims, mostly naming the New York State Department of Corrections and Community Supervisions as a defendant. Okay? So a lot of these have to do with the New York State Corrections Department. Okay? So in New York right now, a lot of these claims, all right, 1,469 claims, most of them are from the New York State, are for, or should I say, are against the New York State Department of Corrections and Community Supervision. So, as we can see, that New York has a problem with COs getting sexual with inmates or other COs, other employees. So, the many imprisoned and formerly imprisoned women in New York who filed claims under the Adult Survivors Act allege that guards raped and sexually abused them in prisons and jails. A significant proportion of these adult survivor claims were raised by former inmates of the Bayview Correctional Facility, which was closed in 2012. A federal survey in 2008 and 2009 found that Bayview had one of the U.S. highest rates of prison staff perpetrated sexual abuse. That's crazy. And in May of 2023, an ex-employee of former New York Mayor Rudy Giuliani sued him for alleged sexual battery. And as we know, in October of 2023, singer Cassie Ventura, aka Cassie, right? She sued Diddy, Sean Diddy Combs, under the act, alleging that Combs subjected her to a decade-long cycle of abuse, violence, and sex trafficking. Not long after they met in 2005, and one day after the complaint was filed, the parties settled the suit on undisclosed terms, and Combs did not admit any wrongdoing. And Jane Doe accused Combs for rape in 1991 while she was a college student. So this is another accusation that just came out. Okay? So now there's another Jane Doe accusing Combs of raping her in 1991 when she was a college student. Okay? Also, up to date, in November of 2023, a couple of days ago, musician Axl Rose was sued by Sheila Kennedy, who alleged that Rose sexually assaulted her in 1989. Now, the woman Kennedy previously mentioned being assaulted by Rose in her 2016 memoir. She wrote, and it's titled No One's Pet. And in the 2021 documentary called Look Away, which covered women who claimed to be sexually abused in the music industry, and Axl Rose, he denied these claims. See, so a lot of this stuff is hard. It's like to take a man down the way he really needs to be taken down, it's got to take a village. You can't just take one person. So, in order for a person to really take that person down with these claims, they would have to come with a RICO. They would have to come up with a RICO charge in order for the statute of limitations to be gone, and that these women can come forward, and that these men can go to jail. It can't just take one person. It can't, because there's a statute of limitations on that. But if you get a bunch together, women and men unite together to bring this person, this perpetrator down, that's the only way. Bring a RICO. Find more survivors, bring them all together, and take that person down. And this is the only way that I think it would happen, one by one. Hey, Diva Time. Hey, Puzzle Pieces. Happy Thanksgiving to you, ladies. God bless you guys. This is the only way that I think that these women and men would be able to take down their perpetrators. All survivors get together and bring that one person down and say, hey, I was violated this year, and I was violated this year, and I was violated this year, and me too, and me too, and me too, and me too, and me too. Let's me too them. Get them into a RICO. Sean Combs, Axl Rose, whoever it is, start bringing them down with RICOs. As one woman comes forward, the next should come forward, and the next, and the next, and the next. And that's what's happening. Another Me Too moment from back in 2017. We're having it again in 2023. Because this needs to happen. Men need to be stopped. These people with money and power need to realize that they cannot get away with this bullshit. They're hurting a lot of people, taking advantage of people. Being an abuser is not cool. And you will go down for that. Eventually. One by one. And a RICO is what's going to get it there. So I think for Sean Combs, surviving P. Diddy is next. We're going to see surviving Puff Daddy next. We already got a surviving Jeffrey Epstein, surviving R. Kelly. We need a surviving Puff Daddy. So all these women that have been in his life, including J-Lo, if ever, did she ever go through anything, may she speak. Forget about these non-disclosure agreements. Take these cases to a RICO where you ain't got to worry about paying nobody back. Because at the end of the day, you were violated. And that non-disclosure is null and void. Also, in November of 2023, an unidentified Jane Doe plaintiff sued Jamie Foxx under the Adult Survivors Act, alleging that Foxx groped her at a rooftop lounge in Manhattan in 2015. Also, actor Sebastian Chacon was accused by 3 women for rape between 2017 and 2022. There's more to come. More are coming. More are definitely coming. Now, for Axl Rose, the girl was a former model, okay? And he sexually assaulted her, allegedly, in her claims. And it happened in New York more than 30 years ago. And the lawsuit is filed in the New York Supreme Court, and it was filed on Wednesday. Now, Sheila Kennedy is a former Penthouse model and Pet of the Year in 1983. She claimed that in the suit that she met the Guns N' Roses frontman at a nightclub in New York in 1989 and at around age 26. The night they met, Kennedy alleged that he violently sexually assaulted her in his hotel room. Now, Miss Kennedy claimed in the suit that a friend invited Kennedy to a nightclub to try to meet the band. Kennedy spoke with Rose at the club, and he eventually invited her to come back to his hotel for a party, and she alleged, okay, that Kennedy's friend wasn't invited because Rose allegedly said she was, quote unquote, not hot enough. So that's what is being claimed in the suit. And Miss Kennedy apologized to the friend and went back to Rose's hotel with him alongside another model and future MTV host Ricky Ratchman. And at Rose's hotel room, according to the suit, Rose plied the guests with cocaine, champagne, and other alcohol. After Kennedy went to the bathroom, Axl Rose was allegedly waiting outside the door, and when she exited, Axl Rose pushed her against the wall and kissed her. Now, Miss Kennedy found Axl Rose attractive and did not mind this encounter. She was open to sleeping with him if things progressed. This is what the suit said. But however, she says that she did not consent to the alleged sexual encounter with Rose that would happen later that evening. So she was okay with the kissing and being cute and flirting and all that. But she did not consent to the sex, even though she found him attractive and she didn't mind that he kissed her. She didn't mind that. But however, later into the party, when just Rose, the other person, Ratchman, and the other model, and Miss Kennedy were in the room, Axl Rose began to have sex with the other model. And then Kennedy claimed she became uncomfortable, and she alleged that Rose was aggressive in a way that appeared painful for the model. So Kennedy further claimed that Rose was encouraging group sex, but that she wasn't interested and left the room with the other guy, Ratchetman, to go back to his hotel room. So after leaving Rose's room, Axl's room, she heard the sound of glass shattering. She also heard Rose screaming at the model, allegedly saying, "You're a fucking whore. Get the fuck out of here." Now, upon hearing the noise, Ratchetman allegedly told Kennedy that it's going to get bad. So now, Axl Rose is in the other room with the model, cursing around. This girl, Kennedy, is out there in the other room hearing noises with this guy. And he's like, it's going to get bad. Like, she's about to get her ass whooped. Like, if she don't get out of there. So now this girl, Kennedy, she claims that Axl Rose then came down the hallway to Ratchet Man's room where she was, saw Kennedy, saw her, and asked her, "What the fuck are you doing back here?" And then Rose, Axl Rose, then allegedly pushed Kennedy down to the floor. So he said, "What the fuck are you doing here?" And then he pushed her and she fell on the floor. Now, while she was on the ground, she said that Rose grabbed her by her hair and dragged her across the suite back to his bedroom, where the suite where he was at, and said, adding that her knees were bleeding after they scraped the rug when they got to his room. The suit alleged that Rose, Axl Rose, threw her on the bed onto her stomach, grabbed her pantyhose, and tied her hands behind her back. And then Kennedy lay there on the bed with her hands tied behind her back, bleeding, vulnerable, and alone with Rose while he was in a sexual, volatile rage. Now, this is what the lawsuit is alleging. And then the girl Kennedy, the model, that she had just witnessed Rose violently have sex with another woman, and he dragged her to his bedroom like a caveman and acted with uncontrolled fury. Now, Rose had physically stopped her from leaving. Now, the girl Kennedy says that she was trapped, that Axl Rose then forcibly penetrated her anus with his penis. And this is what the lawsuit is alleging. Okay? And this is what he did to her. So he sodomized her. He tied her up. He dragged her from one room out of his people's room like a caveman by her hair, dragged her down the hall into the next room while she's bleeding, threw her on the bed, tied her hands behind her back, and then decided to just violently, sexually sodomize her. And this is alleged, according to her lawsuit. But as we know, Axl Rose denies the allegations, and this is through his attorney, and this is what he said. And I'm quoting, "Simply put, this incident never happened. Notably, these fictional claims were filed the day before the New York State filing deadline expires. Though he doesn't deny the possibility of a fan photo taken in passing, Mr. Rose has no recollection of ever meeting or speaking to the plaintiff and has never heard about these fictional allegations prior to today. Mr. Rose is confident this case will be resolved in his favor." Now, the suit continues to say that he treated her like property used solely for his sexual pleasure. And she also states that Axl Rose did not use a condom. And Miss Kennedy did not consent, and she felt overpowered. She felt she had no escape or exit and was compelled to acquiesce, to agree. And she believed that Axl Rose would physically attack her, or worse, if she said no or attempted to push him away. So she understood that the safest thing to do was to lie in the bed and wait for Rose to finish assaulting her. Now, the suit claims that Kennedy experienced PTSD, like symptoms after the alleged incident when she hears Rose's name or Guns N' Roses music. She further claims that she suffered from anxiety and depression since the alleged assault and that the trauma compromised her career. The suit listed assault, battery, intentional infliction of emotional distress, and gender motivated violence as its causes of action. So these are the causes of action: assault, battery, intentional infliction of emotional distress, gender motivated violence, and those are the cause of actions in her claim, in her lawsuit. And she's asking for unspecified damages to be determined by the court. Now, Axl Rose himself has been accused of domestic violence and sexual abuse multiple times in the past. Now, the suit itself describes a history of abuse when describing Rose, referencing several other allegations of sexual and domestic violence from past decades. So the suit referenced abuse claims from Rose's partners, from Rose's former partners, Erin Everly and Stephanie Seymour. And it was detailed in a 1994 People magazine story. Now, Everly sued Rose for abuse in Los Angeles civil court that year, later settling the claims out of court. And the lawsuit isn't the first time that Kennedy, the model, Kennedy, shared these details about her alleged experience with Rose. Writing about the allegations in her 2016 autobiography called No One's Pet, and further recalling the claims in Look Away, the 2021 documentary on sexual misconduct in the music industry. I want to see if I can find that documentary, Look Away. See if I can find that. It talks about sexual misconduct in the music industry. Okay. And this girl, Kennedy, actually, she's recalling her claims from 2016 in this documentary that they did called Look Away in 2021. So I find that to be very interesting. Oh, Boston, what's up, my love? Hi, baby. God bless you, mama. I hope you've been good. I miss you, mama. Hey, dose of my opinion. How are you, sweetheart? Fat boy, what's up, chulo? How you doing, honey? Happy Thanksgiving to you too. What's up, queen? Yeah, I'm gonna talk about Mayor Adams too. I was trying to find all of these actual documents, but I was having a hard time. I was getting frustrated, so I just gave up. But so this is Axl Rose, who is the band leader of what's the name of his group again? Guns N' Roses. Right. He's the head singer for Guns N' Roses. He's the lead singer for Guns N' Roses, Axl Rose. And the former model, Sheila Kennedy, has come forward with a lawsuit against him as well. So that's just one of the things that's going on. And we also know Jamie Foxx, right? He has a lawsuit going on. Let's see. I found some. We got Axl Rose, we just talked about. We have Jamie Foxx, okay, and Mayor Adams, that's the politician, okay. So, as we know, There's one against Bill Cosby. All right, another one. All right. So this one against Bill Cosby was filed on Tuesday. Okay. That I told you about, that she said that she was drugged and assaulted in the 1980s by Cosby. All right. Um, and we know that Bill Cosby he was accused of sexual assault by over 60 women, right? And he was convicted for one of them, which was in 2018. But that conviction, right, it was overturned in 2021. He was supposed to do what? 10 years, I believe, 3 to 10 years in prison, something like that, for his conviction in 2018. And in those 3 years or 2.5 years, his conviction wound up being overturned in 2021. And it wasn't because he wasn't guilty, because in his deposition that he did admit to being guilty, but he made a deal with the prosecutors that he would tell the truth or something, and that they wouldn't prosecute him as long as he told the truth. But they wound up prosecuting him anyway. So in 2021, it wound up being overturned due to this dispute over an agreement with the prosecutor. Now let's see. What else? What else we got going on? So now you know Andrew Wyatt, right, guys? He's the guy who was advocating for Bill Cosby. He's been out here on a couple of the YouTube channels, speaking up for Bill Cosby and R. Kelly. His name is Andrew Wyatt, and he was a spokesperson for Bill Cosby. And he had a comment, and he stated that he suggested that the Adult Survivors Act was being abused. And this is what he was telling the Associated Press. And he said, quote unquote, "When will it stop? And who will be the next man to be victimized by these look back windows?" This is his comment. That it's being abused. It's not being abused. It's being used because it's out there to be used for people who are victims and survivors of assault in the workplace or otherwise elsewhere can come forward. It might seem like it's being abused because there's so many coming forward at one time, but the window of opportunity has closed. So whoever needs to come forward needed to hurry up quickly before that window of opportunity closed. Whether you're famous or not, it's just getting the perpetrator to pay for their wrongdoings, their misconduct, their abuse, whether it be physical, emotional, and so forth and so forth. So people are taking this opportunity of this look back window to go through it to get justice somehow, some way. Sorry that all you perpetrators are upset that it's all happening in one shot. And it's another Me Too moment. And all you dudes are getting hashed down again. Because you know what? At the end of the day, this has to continue. This has to continue. Men cannot continue to get away with this shit. And women should not be able to get away with lying either. I agree, if you are a woman and you're pretending to be a victim and a survivor, please don't do that. Please don't. Just because you're upset or you want some revenge or something of that sort, that's stupid. You're ruining it for real victims. It's hard enough for real victims to come forward. We don't need women, men, and people like you who want to go out for revenge or just a bag, for a story, for a clickbait, for 15 minutes of fame. We don't need that. We need real survivors to come forward, real victims to come forward. We can't have these fake victims come forward and ruin it for real victims like me and everyone else out there. It's hard enough. So you bitches sit the fuck down and stay right there where you at and shut the fuck up. You're jealous or whatever, envious, bitter, bitch, whatever the fuck you are. Don't do it. But for all my true victims, please come forward. Don't be afraid. I encourage every victim of any perpetrator, anywhere, anytime, come forward. You still have to midnight to file a claim. I'm pretty sure the law offices are open late tonight. It's time again for survivors to come forward again. Let's keep coming forward. Male and female. Now, Cuba Gooding Jr. is another actor who faced previous allegations, right? In June, he settled the civil case involving an alleged 2013 rape just minutes before jury selection was to begin. Deadline reported at the time. So now two women say that Gooding groped them in a separate incident at New York restaurants in 2018 and 2019. Okay. Oh, I can actually see the lawsuit online. All right. Let's see where that one turns out. Let me see here. Okay. Oh. Okay. I was actually able to get his lawsuit right now. All right, cool. Let me go back to where we were. So, now two women are coming forward for Cuba Gooding Jr. And both incidents resulted in criminal charges to which Gooding pleaded guilty. Now, according to attorney Gloria Allred, who represents both victims, Gooding's penalties in criminal cases were insufficient, hence the suits. So his criminal case was insufficient. That's why they had to come with the civil suits. So she states, our clients were deprived of the justice they sought in the criminal case. They are now seeking justice and accountability in their civil cases. We are proud of their courage and intend to vigorously fight for them until they win the justice that they deserve. Now, a representative for Cuba Gooding has not responded to Vanity Fair's request for comment. Now, as we know, Sean Combs, once again, He settled out of court last week with Cassie, and now he's facing 2 more, which we know one involves an alleged 1990s era rape, right? And the other is filed by Joy Dickerson Neal, who claims that Diddy drugged and sexually assaulted her in 1991 when she was a student at Syracuse University. And he later used images from the incident as revenge porn. Now, this is what she claims. Now, you know, Sean Combs, Puff Diddy, Puff Daddy, Puff Diddy, Diddy, whatever you want to call him, Love, Brother Love, whatever, Sean Combs, he's denying these claims. Are you kidding me? Now, this is what he has to say. The last minute lawsuit is an example of how a well-intentioned law can be misused. Ms. Dickerson's 32-year-old story is false and not credible. Mr. Combs never assaulted her, and she implicates companies that did not exist. This is purely a money grab and nothing more. So this is what came out of Diddy's attorney. You know, this is his statement. So, also in a statement that Ms. Dickerson's lawyer said, he said that, and I quote, "Our client has not been able to escape the continuing impact of the harm Combs caused her many years ago. Through the Adult Survivors Act, she can avail herself to the courts to finally seek justice." So, and as we spoke about with Axl Rose, that's another one. And then we have Andrew Cuomo once again. Here goes Andrew Cuomo once again. Goon! What's up, Goon? Miss you too, Poppy. Happy holidays to you too, my love. Hey, LaShawn. What's up, mama? Miss you, baby. Happy Thanksgiving to all you guys. Hey, No Masa. Good to see you. Good to see you. Welcome, welcome. To be honest, I don't think he did it. Probably just money grab. No one knows what happened. Well, with a lot of these, no one knows what happened. None of us were there. We just have to see how it's going to play out. You know what I mean? Are they going to go all the way to court, or are these men going to settle out of court? Give me 1 second, guys. Let's go to a quick little commercial break for a moment. Give me 1 second.
You are watching Diva Divine Light.
You can fuck with me if these is red bottoms, these is bloody shoes. Hit the scoop, I can get them both. I don't want to choose, and I'm quick. Cut a nigga off, so don't get comfortable. Look, I don't dance now, I make money move. Now I gotta dance, I make money move. If I see you now, that means I don't fuck with you. I'm a boss, you a worker, bitch. I make bloody move. Now she say, gon' do what or who? Let's find out and see. Cardi B, you know where I'm at, you know where I be. Just a party, I'm there, I can play. I be in and out the bank so much, I know they tired of me. Honest.
You are watching Diva Divine light, light, light.
You can fuck with me if these red bottoms, these bloody shoes. Hit the scoop, I can get them both. I don't wanna choose, and I'm quick. Cut every nigga off, so don't get comfortable. Look, I don't dance now, I make money move. Now I gotta dance, I make money move. If I see you now, that means I don't fuck with you. I'm a boss, you a worker, bitch. I make bloody move. Now she say, gon' do what or who? Let's find out and see. Cardi B, you know where I'm at, you know where I be. Just a party, I'm there, I get paid. I be in and out the gang so much, I know they tired of me. Honest, honest.
You are watching Diva Divine Light, Light, Light.
You can fuck with me if these red bottoms, these bloody shoes. Hit the scoop, I can get them both. I don't wanna choose, and I'm quick. Cut every nigga off, so don't get comfortable. Look, I don't dance now, I make money move. Now I gotta dance, I make money move. If I see you now, that means I don't fuck with you. I'm a boss, you a worker, bitch. I make bloody move. Now she say, gon' do what or who? Let's find out and see. Cardi B, you know where I'm at, you know where I be. Just a party, I'm there, I get paid. I be in and out the gang so much, I know they tired of me. Honest, honest.
Sorry about that, guys. I'm back. Had to use the ladies' room, you know. Had to take a quick break. And I got me some soda. All right. So what do you guys think about this stuff that's going on? How do you guys feel about this? How do you guys feel about all this going on? Do you think this Me Too moment needed to happen again? Ty says, I love Jamie Foxx, but if he did it, then he gotta go too. you know, at the end of the day, all these men, it's human nature to want to go out and have sex and meet girls. You're a star, you're an actor, you're known. You're gonna have groupies, you're gonna have fans, you're gonna have stands. It's a lot. And you, as a star, have to learn how to conduct yourself professionally. If you like a girl and you meet a girl, you take that one girl, you meet her, you take her out. You don't right away take her up to the hotel room. And if that's what she wants, ask her first. Just ask her. I don't understand why men are so afraid to just ask. Ask. Why is it so hard for a man to ask a woman if they want to just fuck? What is so fucking hard about that? I'm confused. You can't just simply go up to a woman and be like, hey, beautiful, I've been looking at you from across the room. I want to get to know you. I think you're beautiful, blah, blah, blah. I'm attracted to you. I don't want to get into any relationship, but I just want to know if you want to slide over to the hotel with me and, have some adult time and fuck. I just want to fuck. That's it. I just want to have sex. However you want to present it. And if the woman says, yeah, why not? Or no, I don't think so. Or sure, or maybe. If she says maybe, don't even go for it. If the woman says yes, go for what you know. Ask first. Just ask. Even if you're sitting at a bar. Even if you're sitting at a bar and you're next to the girl and you say, excuse me, you don't mind if I put my hands right here on your leg? You got some nice legs. May I feel your legs? Don't just put your hands on her leg. I want to go in this corner and fill you up. Can I do that? Ask. You never know what the woman might want. Don't just throw yourself at her and then forcefully assault her or grope her. Make her feel uncomfortable. Right. Why does it have to be she wants to fuck me because she comes to the house or hotel? If you want that, ask. That doesn't mean just because she goes to hang out with you at your house or your hotel that she wants to. She just wants to hang out a little bit longer, get to know you more. And if it does come to that and she's with it by the end of the night, then it is what it is. But she wants you to take your time. Don't be a beast. Why you gotta be a beast? Fuck. Sorry to ask, but is it just in New York the statute of limitations is opening up, or in all states? No, it's just in New York. It's just in New York. I believe it's just in New York. Let me go back. Let me see again. Let me see what it was. Let me go back. Hold on. It's a New York law. Yes, it's a New York law. It's just in New York. Yeah, it's just in New York. Yeah, it's just in New York. Yes, ma'am, it's just in New York, sweetheart. Oh, California too? Okay, because I know that right now it's going on in New York. Yeah, it's a domino effect to all the Hollywood perverts. That's what I think is going on. At this point, it's surviving these disgusting ass celebrities. You're absolutely right, guys. You're absolutely right. At this point, yeah, it's just surviving these disgusting celebrities. I could definitely agree with that, Ty, too. You know, ridiculous. Just ridiculous. So now, Andrew Cuomo, the New York's former governor, is also the recipient of a suit by his former executive assistant. She reiterated the groping allegations that prompted criminal misdemeanor charges in 2021. So those charges were dropped in 2022. So she tried to come forward, his executive assistant named Brittany tried to come forward with criminal charges against him in 2021, but they were dropped in 2022. And it was dropped in 2022 with the district attorney saying, and I quote, While we found the complainant in this case cooperative and credible after review of all the available evidence, we have concluded that we cannot meet our burden at trial. So the woman's attorney, Brittany's attorney, had not responded to a request for comment, but Cuomo's attorney, Rita Galvin, she has denied the allegations. She states that, and I quote, Ms. Comismo's claims are probably false, which is why the Albany District Attorney dismissed the case 2 years ago after a thorough investigation. Ms. Brittany was her transparent attempt at a cash grab will fail. We look forward to seeing her in court. So Governor Cuomo is going to go all the way. He's not settling out of court by that statement. Then we have another New York politician. As we know, our New York City mayor, which is where I'm from, New York, Mr. Mayor Eric Adams, who was sued Wednesday for an alleged sexual assault in 1993. Now, Adams was a New York police officer at the time of the alleged incident, and the suit is seeking $5 million in damages. And it also names the New York Police Department's Transit of Bureau and the Guardians Association of the NYPD. Now, a spokesperson for Mr. Adams denied the claims, and he said, and I quote, "The mayor does not know who this person is. If they ever met, he doesn't recall it, but he would never do anything to physically harm another person and vigorously denies any such claim." Now, as we know, Jamie Foxx, whose legal name is Eric Marlin Bishop. That's probably why I couldn't find him. He's probably under his real name. I was trying to look in the Supreme Court. Maybe now I'll go back and look and see if I can find the lawsuit. Now I know his name. Eric Marlin Bishop. That's Jamie Foxx's real name. So it's a unnamed plaintiff, and she says that in 2015, Jamie Foxx groped her in a New York bar, and her attorney has not responded to a request for comment. But Mr. Fox's spokesperson denies the allegations and levies a threat against the plaintiff. So the alleged incident never happened. In 2020, this individual filed a nearly identical lawsuit in Brooklyn. That case was dismissed shortly thereafter. The spokesperson told Deadline, "The claims are no more valuable today than they were then. We are confident they will be dismissed again. And once they are, Mr. Fox intends to pursue a claim for malicious prosecution against this person and her attorneys for refiling this frivolous action." Okay, so what's going on with Jamie Foxx is the unnamed plaintiff, okay, the accuser, has come forward, okay, that about something that happened in 2015 in a New York bar, and she already had went to court with that, and they dismissed it. It was dismissed. And now they're coming forward again with the claims. So now Jamie Foxx is going to sue for malicious prosecution. Okay? So that is what's going on right now, guys. That's what's going on. And then What's the other one? There was another one here. What happened to it? Where is it now? Where is? There was another one with Diddy, right? Where is that lawsuit? Is this it here? Let me see. Wait. It was something with Aaron Hall or something. I seen that too. Let me see if this is a here. Hold on. Okay, here it is. That in a separate lawsuit filed Thursday, which was yesterday, an unnamed woman accused Combs and an R&B singer Aaron Hall of sexually assaulting her and a friend, then beating her several days later. Now, the woman, identified only as Jane Doe, said that she and her roommate returned to Hall's home with him and Combs after a music industry event in 1990 or 1991. The accuser said she was coerced into having sex with Combs afterward, and as she was, the accuser said she was coerced into having sex with Combs. Afterward, as she was getting dressed, Aaron Hall, barged into the room, pinned her down, and forced Jane Doe to have sex with him. So she was coerced to have sex with Puffy, and then she wound up then this guy raped her. Basically, that's what she said. He pinned her down and forced himself on her. Now, when the victim later spoke to her friend, who is also not named, she learned that her friend had been forced to have sex with Combs and Hall in another room, according to the suit. Now, upon information and belief, when Combs finished with Jane Doe, he and Hall switched, and they commenced assaulting Jane Doe's friend. A few days later, in an irate, Combs allegedly showed up at the home of the two women in an attempt to stop them from speaking out about the abuse. He then choked the woman identified as Jane Doe until she passed out. So this is what the lawsuit states, that this allegedly happened. In an email statement, a spokesperson for Combs denied the allegations, accusing the two women of seeking to exploit the New York law that temporarily extended the statute of limitations. An email inquiry to Hall was not returned. Okay. Tyrone Blackburn, an attorney for the unnamed accuser, said his client was in the process of securing medical documents and witness statements to support her suit, which was filed late Thursday in an effort to preserve the statute of limitations. So the suit brought by Dickerson notes that the victim filed police reports in New York and New Jersey after the abuse. Inquiries to the New York City Police Department were not immediately returned. It was not clear which other jurisdictions the reports may have been filed. After the filmed assault, Dickerson said she approached friends in the music industry asking them to confirm the existence of the revenge porn tape, but was rebuffed by those who were terrified that Sean Combs would retaliate against them and that they would lose future business and music opportunities. So this is another claim that Dickerson. The Associated Press does not typically name people who say they have been sexually abused unless they came forward publicly, as Dickerson has. Okay. So in the years after the alleged assaults, Combs, now 54, would found his own label, Bad Boy Records, helping to produce Mary J. Blige and Biggie Smalls on his way to becoming one of the most influential hip-hop producers and executives in the genre's history. Okay, so then they talk about with Cassie. Okay, and that was the end of that. Okay. So that is that, guys. So I say thank God that these guys are all finally going down. Hey, Shorty, what's up, Wings? What's up, baby? Long time no see, mama. You know, as Ty said, at this point, it's surviving these disgusting ass celebrities. For real, for real, for real. That's crazy, you know? It really is. Let me give me a second. You know, I still have so much food left over, man. I really do. It's a lot. I think I'm going to make me another plate. I'm going to eat a late night plate. So, okay, let's go back here. All right. So, I didn't get a chance to read Cassie and Diddy's lawsuit. So I just wanted to read it to you guys. I know you guys probably heard it. There were quite a few people who did read it, some who didn't read it all, but read some of it. And then there were some who did read it all. So we're going to go through it and then I'm going to end this live after that. Okay, so the factual allegations is what I'm going to read. Teenage Miss Ventura meets middle-aged Mr. Combs as her career begins. Miss Ventura met Mr. Combs in late 2005 or early 2006 after Mr. Combs heard Miss Ventura's first single playing in a club and expressed interest in signing her to his label, Bad Boy Records. At the time, Miss Ventura was 19 years old. Mr. Combs was 37 years old. Let's stop for a second. So, this is why I think R. Kelly is afraid of letting go of Joy. Because Even though she was 19 years old, she was an adult. She still can sue him civilly for abusing her. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. So, and I believe in Illinois, there is no statute of limitations on sexual assault in the state of Illinois. So if she wanted to go for it criminally, she can do that too. It doesn't matter if she's 19 years old or not. He still abused her at the end of the day. Okay? So within months, in February of 2006, Miss Ventura signed a 10-album deal with Mr. Combs' record label. Miss Ventura's first album, Cassie, was released in 2006, debuting at number 4 on the US Billboard 200. To promote the album, Miss Ventura made television appearances on MTV's Total Request Live and BET's 106 in Park. Miss Ventura suffered from significant performance anxiety during these appearances, and press outlets were highly critical of Miss Ventura's performances on these shows. Mr. Combs, however, sought to rehabilitate his newly signed talent, telling MTV News, "You could hear the nervousness in her voice. And to be honest, I kind of smiled at it because it made me really appreciate what I really love about her. She's a regular person. It just made me appreciate that she got nervous. And it was kind of cute to me, to be honest. You've got to understand that success for her is coming out of nowhere. It's just so huge. And sometimes everybody handles it differently." So this is what he told MTV. So while clearly paternalistic in noting that it was cute to him how regular Miss Ventura appeared, Mr. Combs' comments rang true to some extent. Upon signing with Bad Boy Records, Miss Ventura was quickly thrust into the spotlight and was unfamiliar with how to navigate her new celebrity status. Mr. Combs' recognition and glorification of Miss Ventura's naivete proved to set the groundwork for his manipulative and coercive romantic and sexual relationship with Miss Ventura, a woman nearly 2 decades his junior. Within a year of signing with Bad Boy Records, Mr. Combs became deeply entrenched in Miss Ventura's life, almost immediately asserting possession and control over her, and inserting himself into all aspects of her career and personal life. In November 2006, Mr. Combs invited Miss Ventura to perform his song, Come to Me, along with him at the MTV Europe Music Awards in Copenhagen, Denmark. After rehearsal for the performance, Mr. Combs walked around in a robe with a drink in his hand, flaunting his lavish party lifestyle to his label's newly signed artist. During hair and makeup leading up to the performance, Miss Ventura's hairstyle and Mr. Combs' makeup artist told Miss Ventura that Mr. Combs was interested in Miss Ventura. Miss Ventura shrugged off the gossip and in fact expressed disgust given the large age gap between her and the president of her record label. Emphasizing the age and power dynamic early on in their working relationship, Mr. Combs positioned himself as a father figure and protector of Miss Ventura. By way of example, after returning to New York after a trip to Las Vegas, during which she endured a brief hospital stay, Miss Ventura, who by then was fully healthy, went out to a club with her friends. When Mr. Combs saw her out, he reprimanded her, telling her to go home and take care of herself. At the time, Miss Ventura thought that her record label was looking out for her well being and that Mr. Combs had her best interest in mind. Sort of like what R. Kelly kind of did with these girls. He said, "Oh no, I want you to dress like this because I don't want other guys looking at your body and wanting to grope you and stare at you and things like that. No, you can't go outside without my permission because we don't want people knowing that you're with me and who you are. It's dangerous out there." I can see it. So, Mr. Combs also ensured he was intertwined with Miss Ventura's personal and social life. For instance, by inviting himself to Miss Ventura's 21st birthday party in Las Vegas. He also brought along famous musicians and producers, thereby flaunting his celebrity status and influence in front of a young and impressionable Miss Ventura. Although Mr. Combs knew that Miss Ventura was in a relationship at the time, and even though he was publicly in a relationship with Kim Porter, Mr. Combs nevertheless pursued Miss Ventura. At an after party in a hotel suite following Miss Ventura's 21st birthday, Mr. Combs pulled up Miss Ventura's. Wait, I'm sorry. At an after party in a hotel suite following Miss Ventura's 21st birthday party, Mr. Combs pulled Miss Ventura into a bathroom and forcibly kissed her. Miss Ventura did not consent to this unwanted contact. She immediately ran out of the bathroom and the hotel suite and cried. She told her best friend at the time about what had happened, but was too scared to tell anyone else. At the Video Music Awards the following day, Miss Ventura's boyfriend at the time joined her and Mr. Combs at a table at the awards ceremony. Mr. Combs became angry, telling Miss Ventura that the invitation to the awards ceremony was only for her and not for her significant other. Now they're going to talk about Mr. Combs lures Miss Ventura into a relationship. Now, despite her clear rejection of Mr. Combs' advances, Mr. Combs continued to demand Miss Ventura spend time with him, including for a weekend at Mr. Combs' residence in Miami and for nights out in New York City. On one particular night around September of 2007, Mr. Combs insisted on taking Miss Ventura out. Miss Ventura acquiesced, fearing that rejecting Mr. Combs' request would have repercussions for her album deal with Mr. Combs and his company, Bad Boy Records. Mr. Combs picked up Miss Ventura from her apartment in Manhattan in a blue luxury vehicle. Miss Ventura was surprised that when she got into the car, Mr. Combs was already inebriated. He handed her a pill and told her to take it. When Miss Ventura asked what the pill was, Mr. Combs dismissed her and told her she would like it. She later then learned the pill was ecstasy, something Miss Ventura had never before tried and did not want to try. This was the first time Mr. Combs got Miss Ventura high. Mr. Combs then proceeded to drive recklessly at very high speeds down the West Side Highway of Manhattan. Miss Ventura was very scared but did not dare to object to Mr. Combs, who appeared drunk, high, and agitated. Mr. Combs took Miss Ventura to an upscale lounge in downtown Manhattan, where he proceeded to get into an altercation with the security staff who would not permit Mr. Combs to enter, presumably because he was belligerent. Miss Ventura decided to go home, but for the remainder of the night, Mr. Combs messaged Miss Ventura instantly, complaining that he left him high and alone. I guess they meant to say complaining that she left him high and alone. Now, in early fall of 2007, Mr. Combs flexed his power and influence when he paid a promoter to create a fake flyer for a party hosted by Miss Ventura. This fake posting allowed Miss Ventura to have an excuse to go to Miami, Florida, and get her away from her boyfriend by using the guise of a legitimate event she had to attend. Miss Ventura was stunned at how easily Mr. Combs was able to recruit others to lie for him. Miss Ventura was uncomfortable with the fake flyer, but because the request to go to Miami was made by the owner of her record label, and because she was scared to go against his wishes and face repercussions to her nascent career, Miss Ventura agreed to join Mr. Combs in Florida. Now, during this trip to Miami, Mr. Combs provided Miss Ventura with copious amounts of drugs. She became more intoxicated than she had ever been before. And her intoxication lasted throughout the weekend trip. As she wanted Mr. Combs to continue to support her career, she felt she could not refuse Mr. Combs urging her to take more drugs. After providing her with drugs, Mr. Combs had sexual intercourse with Miss Ventura during this trip. Within 2 years of meeting Mr. Combs, Miss Ventura found herself lured into the immediate circle of her boss, the owner of her record label, and one of the most powerful men in the entertainment industry. Mr. Combs exerts control over Miss Ventura's career and personal life. So this is what we're going to talk about next. So from the very start of their relationship, Mr. Combs exerted his power and influence over Miss Ventura. This dynamic was fueled by their nearly 20-year age difference, as well as their relative positions in the entertainment industry, with Mr. Combs considered a music mogul and Miss Ventura at the very start of her career as an entertainer. Mr. Combs' aggressive and demanding approach to those he worked with made it impossible for anyone to challenge him, and Miss Ventura soon learned that Mr. Combs insisted on blind loyalty from everyone in his inner circle. And I'm pretty sure that's exactly what Mr. R. Kelly wanted too. Blind loyalty from everyone in his inner circle. Although Miss Ventura had saved up some earnings from her young modeling days, Mr. Combs' ostentatious display of wealth was intimidating to her. Mr. Combs paid for things with wads of cash and would repeatedly tell Miss Ventura, "Don't worry about money, I have money." Mr. Combs expensed lavish vacations for him and Miss Ventura, purchased a car for her, paid for her apartment, and provided her with extensive amounts of designer clothing. Around 2008 or 2009, Mr. Combs began to rent an apartment in Manhattan for Miss Ventura. The apartment was within walking distance of Mr. Combs' New York residence. He first showed Miss Ventura the apartment by bringing her there along with her parents. Oh, so he brought the parents now. So Miss Ventura's parents were skeptical of the mogul's display of wealth, but proud of their daughter's newfound success. Around 2010, Mr. Combs similarly paid for an apartment for Miss Ventura in Los Angeles, which was located about 5 minutes away from Mr. Combs' residence. He paid for many of her apartments in California. He also purchased a Jaguar for her around 2013 or 2014. All aspects of Miss Ventura's life were controlled by either Mr. Combs or his management companies. Every event Miss Ventura attended, from the travel to the makeup and clothing, was paid for directly by Mr. Combs and his affiliated companies. Compounding this all-compassing intrusion into her life, Mr. Combs secured his control over the young and impressionable Miss Ventura by introducing her to a drug-fueled lifestyle that kept her complacent and compliant. Mr. Combs first introduced Miss Ventura to opioids around 2008 and would often have pills and other drugs out in the open like candy. Upon information and belief, Mr. Combs has been addicted to prescription painkillers and took ecstasy frequently. At first, Miss Ventura was given the prescriptions that Mr. Combs received from a doctor in Miami, Florida. Eventually, when Mr. Combs exhausted his supply of pills, he demanded that Miss Ventura procure prescriptions from this Miami doctor in her own name. So I'm thinking about these painkillers. I'm thinking they were Percocets. He was probably taking Percocets. That's what I think. And at first, Miss Ventura was given the prescriptions that Mr. Combs received from a doctor in Miami, Florida. Eventually, when Mr. Combs exhausted his supply of pills, he demanded that Miss Ventura procure prescriptions from this Miami doctor in her own name. So when he ran out of drugs, when he ran out of those Xanax or Percocets or whatever he was taking, he made her go and get more under her name. That's crazy. Mm. Now, Mr. Combs also became deeply involved in Miss Ventura's personal life, with his personal staff attending to Miss Ventura's day-to-day travel and other needs, including medical care. On multiple occasions, Mr. Combs had Miss Ventura's personal medical records sent directly to his email address. For instance, when Miss Ventura began experiencing memory loss, potentially due to excessive drug use and or head injuries caused by Mr. Combs' beatings, as described below, her MRI results were provided directly to Mr. Combs. Mr. Combs also repeatedly arranged for his staff to drive Miss Ventura to certain doctor's appointments. Wow. So he probably has them MRIs stashed somewhere in a storage. And he knows that if Cassie was to go on with this lawsuit, he'd lose big time. And he'd be paying her the $30 million she wants, or maybe even more. And he's lucky he didn't pursue her. She didn't pursue this criminally. He's lucky. Like I said, in order to take down Puffy, it's going to take a RICO. So in this way, Mr. Combs exerted ownership over Miss Ventura. As another example of the ways in which he manipulated Miss Ventura and ensured obedience. Early on in their relationship, he asked Miss Ventura what she called her grandfather. When Mr. Ventura said that she referred, when Miss Ventura said that she referred to her grandfather as Pop Pop, Mr. Combs perversely insisted that Miss Ventura referred to him with that nickname. What? What? Are you kidding me? No, I am not calling you Pop Pop. No, I'd rather call you Daddy. I'm not calling you Pop Pop. This is not happening. No. No. I'm not calling you Pop Pop. No. I'd rather just call you Papi, Diddy, Daddy, whatever. I'm not calling you my Pop Pop. You crazy. Oh, Lord. Poor girl. Mr. Combs and Miss Ventura's relationship became violent and abusive. So now we're going to get to the violent and abusive portion of the lawsuit. What started as a whirlwind of celebrity meetings and drug and alcohol-fueled parties, however, quickly turned frightening and violent. So Miss Ventura was also exposed to intense violence that pervaded Mr. Combs' rise to fame. For example, on one occasion when Mr. Combs and Miss Ventura were using drugs together in his home, one of his security staff barged in and announced that Suge Knight, a longtime rival of Mr. Combs, was spotted at Mel's Drive-In Diner in Los Angeles. Mr. Combs began to get dressed, retrieved multiple guns from a safe, and ran out of his home to where he believed Mr. Knight was dining. Miss Ventura became terrified and began to cry. On at least 2 occasions, Mr. Combs demanded that Miss Ventura hold Mr. Combs' guns in her purse. Miss Ventura had no familiarity with guns and was petrified that the firearm would accidentally go off in her purse. There was no clear reason why Mr. Combs required her to hold his guns, except to reinforce to his young girlfriend, that he was violent, powerful, and dangerous. And also, if the cops pull him over, she's the one that's going to get caught with the gun, not him. Now, over the next decade, multiple times each year, Mr. Combs would violently beat Miss Ventura, leaving bruises on her body. After every instance in which he beat Miss Ventura, Mr. Combs used his money and power to orchestrate extensive efforts to hide the evidence of his abuse, including by hiding Miss Ventura in hotels for days at a time to let her bruises heal. In one such instance, after a party with Jay-Z, Mr. Combs beat Miss Ventura repeatedly in an Escalade, including by kicking and hitting her. He forced her out of the vehicle on Fifth Avenue in New York City. She was eventually able to hail a cab and get to her apartment in Manhattan, where she cried in fear, realizing there was no one she could tell about what happened at the hands of this incredibly powerful man. She spent the subsequent 3 days hiding in her apartment. In January of 2009, after Mr. Combs learned that Miss Ventura spoke to another music manager at a party in Los Angeles, he became enraged. She had hoped speaking to this manager would allow her to further grow her career and that Mr. Combs would be happy for her. But instead he became extremely angry and pulled her out of the club where the party was taking place. In the car, leaving the club, Mr. Combs beat Miss Ventura, pushing her into a corner of the vehicle and stomping her face. Mr. Combs' security staff, Roger Bonds, tried to stop the beating, but was unable to de-escalate the situation. When the car arrived at Mr. Combs' residence, Miss Ventura attempted to run away, but Mr. Combs followed her and proceeded to again kick her in the face. Miss Ventura was bleeding profusely and was ushered into Mr. Combs' home, where she began to throw up from the violent assault. Upon recognizing the damage he had done and the physical evidence of his abuse, Mr. Combs panicked and forced his staff to bring Miss Ventura to a hotel suite at the London Hotel in Los Angeles, where she was required to stay for a week. This motherfucker. How dare you? You know, if this... You're a fucking sucker. You're a sucker. You are a sucker. How dare you? Take advantage. You know how small she is? Oh my God. Upon recognizing, during this stay, as her injuries from the beating healed, Miss Ventura began to fully realize that Mr. Combs' tremendously loyal network not only knew about and witnessed his assault, but also that these witnesses were not willing to do anything meaningful to stop Mr. Combs' behavior. She recognized that she was powerless and that reporting Mr. Combs to the authorities would not alter Mr. Combs' status or influence, but would merely give Mr. Combs another excuse to hurt her. And you know what? She's absolutely right. The police wouldn't have done nothing. They wouldn't have done nothing. While in the hotel, she asked to go home to her parents, but Mr. Combs wouldn't let her leave. She lied to her mother when asked about an online gossip forum that reported the assault. Mr. Combs proceeded to instruct his assistant to purchase excessive amounts of gifts for Miss Ventura, which were delivered to the hotel room where she remained trapped. Miss Ventura was terrified, isolated, and unable to see a pathway out of Mr. Combs' abusive hold on her life. She found herself becoming numb to the abuse she was experiencing and became entirely beholden to Mr. Combs' demands. That's so true. When you're in an abusive relationship, you just, after a while, you're just so numb. You just don't even care anymore. You just let it happen, and it happens over and over and over again, and you just let it happen. Because you're just tired. You don't want to fight. You don't know what to do. You don't know where to turn. You don't know who to talk to. It's you feel all alone. You feel trapped and you feel alone. Miss Ventura was terrified, isolated, and unable to see a pathway out of Mr. Combs' abusive hold on her life. She began to blindly follow his instructions out of fear of again being on the receiving end of a vicious beating. By Mr. Combs' own admission, his relationship with Miss Ventura was like Bobby and Whitney, a clear acknowledgement of the unequal power dynamic and excessive domestic violence that permitted their relationship. From the outside looking in, Miss Ventura had heard others refer to her relationship with Mr. Combs as asking to Ike and Tina. Wow. Her volatile and abusive partner, who also owned her label and therefore held her future success in his hands, had fully exerted control over every aspect of her life. That's crazy. Wow. Now, Mr. Combs forces Miss Ventura into sex trafficking. Okay, so this is what we're going to talk about now. This is the next part of it. Within a few months of beginning a romantic relationship with 40-year-old Mr. Combs, the 22-year-old Miss Ventura felt beholden to his whims and demands. While in New York City, Mr. Combs told Miss Ventura that he wanted to engage in a fantasy of his called voyeurism. Now, Mr. Combs said that it would turn him on if he saw Miss Ventura with another dick. Oh my God. I cannot believe this motherfucker. Hold on one second, guys. I gotta wake up the husband. Commercial break.
You are watching Diva Divine Light.
You can fuck with me if these is red bottoms, these is bloody shoes. Hit the scoop, I can get them both. I don't want to choose, and I'm quick. Cut a nigga off, so don't get comfortable. Look, I don't dance now, I make money move. Now I gotta dance, I make money move. If I see you now, that means I don't fuck with you. I'm a boss, you a worker, bitch. I make bloody move. Now she say, gon' do what or who? Let's find out if we Cardi B. You know where I'm at, you know where I be. Just a party, I'm there, I can play. I be in and out the bank so much, I know they tired of me. Honest.
You are watching Diva Divine Light.
You can fuck with me if these is red bottoms, these is bloody shoes. Hit the scoop, I can get them both. I don't want to choose, and I'm quick. Cut a nigga off, so don't get comfortable. Look, I don't dance now, I make money move. Now I gotta dance, I make money move. If I see you now, that means I don't fuck with you. I'm a boss, you a worker, bitch. I make bloody move. Now she say, gon' do what or who? Let's find out if we Cardi B. You know where I'm at, you know where I be. Just a party, I'm there, I can play. I be in and out the bank so much, I know they tired of me. Honest.
You are watching Diva Divine Light.
You can fuck with me if these is red bottoms, these is bloody shoes. Hit the scoop, I can get them both. I don't want to choose, and I'm quick. Cut a nigga off, so don't get comfortable. Look, I don't dance now, I make money move. Now I gotta dance, I make money move. If I see you now, that means I don't fuck with you. I'm a boss, you a worker, bitch. I make bloody move. Now she say, gon' do what or who? Let's find out if we Cardi B. You know where I'm at, you know where I be. Just a party, I'm there, I can play. I be in and out the bank so much, I know they tired of me. Honest.
You are watching Diva Divine Light.
You can fuck with me if these is red bottoms, these is bloody shoes. Hit the scoop, I can get them both. I don't want to choose, and I'm quick. Cut a nigga off, so don't get comfortable. Look, I don't dance now, I make money move. Now I gotta dance, I make money move. If I see you now,
You are watching Diva Divine Light.
You can fuck with me if these is red bottoms, these is bloody shoes. Hit the scoop, I can get them both. I don't want to choose, and I'm quick. Cut a little nigga off, so don't get comfortable. Look, I don't dance now, I make money move. Now I gotta dance, I make money move. If I see you now, that means I don't fuck with you. I'm a ball to a work a bitch, I make bloody move. Now she say, gon' do what or who? Let's find out and see. Cardi B, you know where I'm at, you know where I be. Just a party, I'm there, I can play. I be in and out the bank so much, I know they tired of me. Honest.
You are watching Diva Divine Light.
You can fuck with me if these is red bottoms, these is bloody shoes. Hit the scoop, I can get them both. I don't want to choose, and I'm quick. Cut a little nigga off, so don't get comfortable. Look, I don't dance now, I make money move. Now I gotta dance, I make money move. If I see you now, that means I don't fuck with you. I'm a ball to a work a bitch, I make bloody move. Now she say, gon' do what or who? Let's find out and see. Cardi B, you know where I'm at, you know where I be. Just a party, I'm there, I can play. I be in and out the bank so much, I know they tired of me. Honest.
You are watching Diva Divine Light.
You can fuck with me if these is red bottoms, these is bloody shoes. Hit the scoop, I can get them both. I don't want to choose, and I'm quick. Cut a little nigga off, so don't get comfortable. Look, I don't dance now, I make money move. Now I gotta dance, I make money move. If I see you now, that means I don't fuck with you. I'm a ball to a work a bitch, I make bloody move. Now she say, gon' do what or who? Let's find out and see. Cardi B, you know where I'm at, you know where I be. Just a party, I'm there, I can play. I be in and out the bank so much, I know they tired of me. Honest.
You are watching Diva Divine Light.
You can fuck with me if these is red bottoms, these is bloody shoes. Hit the scoop, I can get them both. I don't want to choose, and I'm quick. Cut a little nigga off, so don't get comfortable. Look, I don't dance now, I make money move. Now I gotta dance, I make money move. If I see you now, that means I don't fuck with you. I'm a ball to a work a bitch, I make bloody move. Now she say, gon' do what or who? Let's find out and see. Cardi B, you know where I'm at, you know where I be. Just a party, I'm there, I can play. I be in and out the bank so much, I know they tired of me. Honest.
You are watching Diva.
Sorry about that, guys. I'm back. Had to take a quick break. Told you, sorry. Had to wake up the man. He got to go to work. Had to deal with him real quick. Got me a little plate of food. So, let me see who walked up in the building. Hey, Ears. What's up, baby? What's up, Dose of My Opinion? Damien, what's up, y'all? What's up? Family in the building. Shorty, rah, what's up, Shorty? Oh, I think I said what's up to Shorty. Yeah. Damien, happy Thanksgiving to y'all. Wifey. What's up, wifey? Who else in here? Aisha. Hey, Carl. What's up, baby boy? Oh, shit. What's up, 40? Salud. Oh, shit. His lordship is in the building. What's up, baby? Yeah, the man act. We're about to get into that part. We are about to get into that part. Wait, his lordship said he think this is going to make people believe he was straight. I'm waiting for Jay-Z's shoe to drop. Yes, and the staff was complicit to all this stuff. Hey, Trent. What's up, T19? What's up, baby? What's up, Queen? What's up, Queen? What's up, everybody? Good to see you guys rolling in the building. Ears. Bro, we got to do another one. Don't worry. We're going to do another one. Sorry, man, but you know, I was really feeling sick. I went to the anime con with my daughter. She had a wonderful time. You know, it wasn't really my thing, but it was more for her. I'm glad she had a great time. And unfortunately, I ate a sandwich and it did not agree with me. For some reason, it did not agree with me at all. And all it was a chicken sandwich. It was a chicken melt. So it had chicken with cheese, and then it had lettuce and a little salt, little pepper, and it had bacon on it. Me and my daughter had the same exact sandwich. I bought a Hero and we split it. So, but it just did not agree with my stomach. I started throwing up. I got home. I got off the bus. I was feeling nauseous. I was just a mess. After that, it went from the stomach out the other way. And it was horrible. Then after that, I was just burping. And so I went through a lot of stuff with that. I don't know what happened to me that day, honestly. But the food did not agree with me. So, but this monster here, Puff Daddy, is a real monster. And poor Kim Porter. I don't know about that story with Kim Porter, man. I don't know. Honestly, right now at this point, I you know, that whole story with Tupac and Mr. Combs too. I don't know, y'all. I can't. I just can't shake it off. I don't know, man. No. I think in my opinion, I think that Diddy put out a hit on Suge Knight. I don't think Tupac was supposed to be a hit. I think it was more for Suge. That's what I think. This is just too much. This is just all too much. Let's okay, so now we're talking about the sex trafficking portion of the lawsuit, right? So now Mr. Combs is into voyeurism, okay? Watching other people having sexual relations. So he tells Cassie that he would love to see her with another dick. Putting it very bluntly. Hey. You know, I don't condemn people for doing that kind of stuff. All right. Some people are just into that. You know what I mean? Like, some people find that to be disgusting. Some people find it to be a turn on. Being that I've had the experience that I've had and the trauma that I went through, this type of stuff, voyeurism, at one point in my life triggered me. I had been put in those types of scenarios and situations before. At one point it did trigger me. But then later on in life, as I became wiser, with experience, the older I got, the more research I did on certain things, I kind of turned it around for me so that I wouldn't feel comfortable if I was ever to be in that position again. So I myself took it and turned it around to where I would be the person who was doing the voyeurism, right? So let's just put it like this. I don't condemn anyone for doing certain kinks, okay? Let's just put it like that. I'm not even going to get into it. Because I can't break it down the way I would like to. And I don't need people misconstruing my shit. So, anyway, moving on. The first time Mr. Combs hired a man and brought the man to his home in Los Angeles, the man, Mr. Combs, and Miss Ventura wore masquerade masks and ingested drugs. Now, Mr. Combs directed Miss Ventura to perform sexual acts with this man while Mr. Combs watched them. He masturbated while he directed Miss Ventura and the man to do specific sexual acts. The entire encounter lasted multiple days. You hear that, guys? Did you just hear what I just said? This lasted for multiple days, guys. This didn't just happen today, a couple of hours, and we done. This lasted a couple of days. That means they were high on ecstasy, popping pill after pill after pill, up for like 3 days straight, having sex all day, all night. So, wow. Okay. Now, Mr. Combs began to call the arrangement a quote-unquote freak off or a quote-unquote FO. So it would either be a freak off or a FO. So if you heard him say FO, you know what that meant. Freak off time. He would say it, and only the people who knew what time it was. Ain't that crazy? I want to see if anybody could find a video with Diddy talking about a freak off. That's what we need to see. We need to see a video of Diddy talking about que a freak off. So he would repeatedly tell Miss Ventura at random moments that he wanted a FO. And Miss Ventura was eventually expected to facilitate the location and the hiring of male sex workers. Now, that's crazy. He had this girl calling hotels, make arrangements for their FO, and then make her hire male sex workers. Are you kidding me? What? I wonder if any of these workers signed NDAs. And I wonder how much money these workers got paid. I wonder. I wonder if any of these workers are going to come forward. Who knows? There might just be a surviving P. Diddy. I could see it now. I could definitely see it now. Wow. Now it says that at certain points during Miss Ventura and Mr. Combs' relationship, he would insist on a FO weekly. Every week, we got to do this. We got to do this. Mr. Combs would repeatedly tell Ms. Ventura that this practice was, quote unquote, our thing and our secret. So, FOs would often take place in hotel suites, including at the Trump International Hotel in Columbus Circle. Oh, I know what that is. I used to work right over there. Le Hermitage, Beverly Hills, the London Hotel in Los Angeles, the Intercontinental Century City, the Intercontinental Atlanta, the Intercontinental New York City, the One Hotel in New York and in Miami, the Mandarin Oriental Hotel in New York and in Miami, the Fountain Blue in Miami, the Beverly Hills Hotel, and Shutters on the Beach in Los Angeles. Wow. She should know she booked them all. That's why Diddy had to settle this lawsuit, because she was the one booking the flights, booking the hotels and getting the workers. Like, wow. He had to settle because if she had evidence about this, if she had hotel receipts or people that saw her at the hotels, it's a wrap. He would have paid her more than $30 million. And not only that, the cost of the trial alone, he knew what he was doing. He ain't no fool. Puff Daddy is not a fool. He said, I need to settle. Quick. Right now. We can't have another paperwork come flying through the door. She know too much. That's crazy. Then on one occasion around 2013, Mr. Combs had an FO set up at the Intercontinental Hotel in New York City, after which he was charged with tens of thousands of dollars in damages by the hotel. Upon information and belief, Mr. Combs' chief of staff, Tony Fletcher, paid the invoice charged by the hotel. Ms. Ventura was eventually instructed to use websites and escort services to find male sex workers to participate in the FOs. Mr. Combs told Ms. Ventura to search for large black penises on the website. Sometimes Mr. Combs would pay to fly male sex workers to his location, including to multiple cities in the United States as well as abroad. Sex trafficking. Puff Daddy was sex trafficking. He was doing the man act. Hiring prostitutes for illegal sexual gratification. For debauchery. They need to do a surviving P. Diddy. Yes, they do. They need to come with the RICO and take him down. Get all his ex-workers, ex-employees that used to work for him. Get them all together. Let's go. Get other girls involved. Boys too. Let's go. Get it together. Puerto Rico. Quickly. He cannot get away with this. No. R. Kelly cannot be in jail and he get away with the shit. R. Kelly cannot be sitting in jail and Puff Daddy be free. Get the fuck out of here. No. No. No way. No way. No freaking way. No way. That's crazy, guys. There's no way this could be. The FBI needs to pick up on this shit. Something needs to happen. Somebody needs to come forward and say, we need to get everybody that done been violated by Mr. P. Diddy. They need to come out. Yes, please. Come forward. The person in the state of California, New York, whoever, wherever, needs to come out and do something. That's not fair. That's not fair. So, he required Miss Ventura and his staff to help him make these arrangements, guys. Mr. Combs' assistants would help to set up the FOs, including by setting up the hotel suites with baby oil and Astroglide. What? Wait a minute. What? So, you're telling me his assistants would make sure that they would set up the room and make sure that these rooms had baby oil in them and Astroglide. Okay. Does everybody know what Astroglide is? Guys, is this for real? Oh my God. So then, Mr. Combs always supplied Miss Ventura and the sex worker with copious amounts of drugs before and during the FOs. So he made sure that they took the drugs before they did anything and while they were in the middle of doing things. And then Miss Ventura was given ecstasy, cocaine, GHB, ketamine, marijuana, and alcohol in excessive amounts during FOs, which allowed her to disassociate during these horrific encounters. It's so true. Listen, when you're on these drugs and you're doing things that you would not normally do, these drugs make you feel comfortable enough to do the things you would never normally do. Okay? Yeah. I'm here to tell you. Okay? So, it became common to get IV fluids in the days after an FO to recover from the excessive substances pushed upon her. So, you mean to tell me after these freak offs and doing all these drugs, he would have her go to a hospital and like detox? What? Or maybe he would have her in the house detoxing? Or she would do it on her own? Like what? I'm confused at that part. What? What? Guys, really? Now, Miss Ventura was required to dress up in lingerie for a freak off. And Mr. Combs insisted she wear white nail polish to contrast her nails with the skin of the black men he hired to have sex with her. What? What are we? It's a fashionable thing. What are we doing here? White nail polish on black skin. That's crazy. I guess he thinks it looks fancy. Really? That was a turn on for him. Oh my God. Wow. Wow. Now, during the FOs, Mr. Combs would instruct Miss Ventura to pour excessive amounts of oil over herself. Okay, so he likes the white nails and the shiny skin. Okay, I get it. All right. I'm getting your fantasy here. Okay. So you like big black dick, oily skin, and white nail polish on black skin. Okay. Now, Mr. Combs would then instruct Miss Ventura and the sex workers to speak to each other, and then would specifically tell Miss Ventura where to touch the sex workers. Bless you. Mr. Combs would say things like, grab that big black dick, and ask her, how does it feel? As he directed her to perform for him. Another R. Kelly, fucking director of his own movies. Oh, Lord. During the FOs, in addition to directing Miss Ventura and masturbating, Mr. Combs would use his phone, laptop, and tablet to film Miss Ventura having sex with the hired sex worker. He treated the forced encounter as a personal art project, adjusting the candles he used for lighting to frame the videos he took. Oh, Lord. Mm, mm, mm. Oh, boy. While Miss Ventura quickly deleted any photographs or videos of sex acts if they were taken on her phone, Mr. Combs, Mr. Combs repeatedly made her, Mr. Combs repeatedly made clear that he retained many videos of Miss Ventura's during her FOs. So even when she deleted the videos, Mr. Combs would tell Miss Ventura, thank you, sweetheart, that he was able to recover deleted videos from her devices. On one occasion, he sat next to her on a flight and made her watch a video she thought she had deleted, reinforcing her inability to escape and the immense power he held over her. Mr. Combs would pay the male sex workers a few $1,000s in cash for their services. Okay. All right. So he was paying like at least two or better. Now, during some FOs, Mr. Combs would become extremely intoxicated and would hit Miss Ventura in front of the male sex workers. Oh my God. He was acting like a pimp to top it all off. Oh Lord. He needs to go to jail. We need Puff Daddy in jail. He needs to go to jail. What are you doing? What are you doing? I can't even, Lord have mercy. Can't even believe this shit. This is crazy. Miss Ventura was repulsed by Mr. Combs' demands, but between the physical beating and the recognizing his incredible power and incredible temper, Miss Ventura became petrified of her partner and boss and felt that she could not say no. He even would present her with lavish gifts prior to or in the middle of the FOs, seemingly acknowledging the ways in which these forced sexual encounters constituted quote unquote work for Miss Ventura, and that he needed to compensate her for this work. At one point, he had given her so many designer bracelets for FOs, and immediately following his brutal beatings, that she felt that she was shackled by his presence. So he was just constantly showering her with gifts. Shower, shower, shower. Don't say nothing. Here, I love you. Shut up. Here, I love you. Shut up. Please, I love you. Shut up. Continue to work for me. Here's what you got another bag for doing such a great job. I love you. Here. Yeah. Same thing R. Kelly would do with the girls. I'll give you $5,000 allowance. Get your hair done, your nails done, whatever. You can go shopping here and there. But you got to stay home, trapped in a hotel room or in your apartment. Whatever it was that however he had those girls. Same thing with this motherfucker. Same MO. Different styles. Frequently, her anxiety before an FO would become so great that she would become physically ill, sometimes to the point of vomiting, while kneeling over the toilet. Mr. Combs would shame her into performing for him, eventually forcing her to get up and proceed with the encounter. Same thing Mr. Kelly would do. She knew firsthand that telling Mr. Combs that she did not want to engage in FOs was met with anger and violence. In addition, any suggestion that Miss Ventura would refuse the FO or otherwise report Mr. Combs' abuse was met with ultimatums by Mr. Combs, who would say that Miss Ventura, I love you. Give me a kiss, guys. Love you. Have a go and see you in the morning, puppy. I'm sorry, guys. My husband's leaving for work. What? Hey, get. Yeah. Hi, baby. My kitty pet. My kitty cat. Love you, baby. Okay. In addition, any suggestion that Miss Ventura would refuse the FO or otherwise report Mr. Combs' abuse was met with ultimatums by Mr. Combs, who would say that Miss Ventura could not go to the police because she had a lot to lose. Around August of 2015, for example, in the middle of surprise birthday party dinner for Miss Ventura's 29th birthday, Mr. Combs insisted that Miss Ventura leave the party and go to a hotel for a freak off. When she expressed that she did not want to go, Mr. Combs had Miss Ventura cornered by his security staff in order to force her to leave with him. What a son of a bitch. After this FO, Mr. Combs and Miss Ventura went back to the hotel room that Miss Ventura was staying in, where some of Miss Ventura's friends were already hanging out. Mr. Combs was severely intoxicated, and at one point during the night, picked up one of Miss Ventura's friends like a child and dangled the friend over the balcony of the 17th floor hotel suite. Miss Ventura and her friends were scared by Mr. Combs' erratic behavior, but Miss Ventura was heavily sedated because of the drugs she took to participate in the freak-off, and therefore was unable to respond to Mr. Combs' terrifying behavior. So he went and took one of her friends that were already hanging out there and dangled that person over the 17th floor balcony, and nobody saw this? Oh my God. So Miss Ventura and her friends were scared by Mr. Combs' erratic behavior, but Miss Ventura was heavily sedated because of the drugs she took to participate in the FO, and therefore was unable to respond to Mr. Combs' terrifying behavior. The FOs became work for Miss Ventura, and despite her protestations, Mr. Combs insisted on these intricately staged and forced sexual encounters between Miss Ventura and various male sex workers. Oh my God, he needs to go to jail. Miss Ventura tries to escape Mr. Combs' abuse. Now, this is the next subject we are on. Anytime she tried to create distance between her and Mr. Combs, He used his networks to find her and convince her to return to his abuse. On multiple occasions, Mr. Combs sent his employees to lure Ms. Ventura back. In 2011, during a rough patch in Mr. Combs and Ms. Ventura's relationship, Ms. Ventura had a brief relationship with a musician, Kid Cudi. When Mr. Combs returned from a trip, he demanded another freak-off from Ms. Ventura. She acquiesced. During this freak-off, Mr. Combs found Ms. Ventura's phone and found emails between her and Kid Cudi. Mr. Combs became enraged and proceeded to place a manual corkscrew between his fingers and lunged at Miss Ventura. Miss Ventura ran away to stay at Kid Cudi's home to escape Mr. Combs' wrath. Soon thereafter, one of Mr. Combs' staff members told Miss Ventura that he needed to just talk. Even though Mr. Combs was enraged, feeling like she could not escape Mr. Combs and his network of enforcers, Miss Ventura returned to Mr. Combs. He hit her several times and then kicked her in the back as she tried to run out the door. She went to her parents' home in Connecticut, where her mother took pictures of the bruises Mr. Combs had left on Miss Ventura's body. In February of 2012, during Paris Fashion Week, Mr. Combs told Miss Ventura that he was going to blow up Kid Cudi's car and that he wanted to ensure that Kid Cudi was home with his friends when it happened. Around that time, Kid Cudi's car exploded in his driveway. So he went over to Kid Cudi's crib and blew up his car? Lord have mercy. Ms. Ventura was terrified as she began to fully comprehend what Mr. Combs was both willing and able to do to those he believed had slighted him. In 2015, Ms. Ventura spoke to a popular music manager at an after party in a hotel suite in Las Vegas. Mr. Combs saw her speaking to this manager and sternly told her to step into the bedroom adjoining the suite. In the bedroom, Mr. Combs beat Ms. Ventura severely. She ran from corner to corner of the room, trying to avoid Mr. Combs' beating and kicking. When she tried to lock herself in the bathroom, he pushed through and punched and kicked her while she curled up under the toilet. Her screams were drowned out by the loud music playing in the outside area of the hotel suite. When Mr. Combs, head of security and assistant, saw Miss Ventura after the assault, they began to cry. Miss Ventura had 2 black eyes, a bust and bruised lip, and a huge welt on her forehead. Upon seeing the results of his vicious attack, Mr. Combs immediately took steps to conceal his wrongdoing. He forced Miss Ventura to stay at his home in Holmby Hills along with one of his sons. While there, Mr. Combs FaceTimed Miss Ventura and stated, quote unquote, "You gotta go up and put more makeup on. My son can't see you like that." She did put makeup on, per Mr. Combs' demands. Miss Ventura felt that she had no choice but to obey her abuser. Even though security guards, assistants, and friends saw the situation she was in, no one dared to help her or speak up on her behalf. She therefore had no choice but to remain submissive. Later in 2015, while shooting a movie in Cape Town, South Africa, Miss Ventura began a flirtatious relationship with an actor. She spent New Year's Eve with this actor, but Mr. Combs soon found out. Mr. Combs called the actor and threatened him. The actor proceeded to call Miss Ventura and tell her, quote unquote, you really need to call Mr. Combs. In or around March of 2016, during an freak-off at the Intercontinental Hotel in Century, Los Angeles, Mr. Combs became extremely intoxicated and punched Miss Ventura in the face, giving her a black eye. After he fell asleep, Miss Ventura tried to leave the hotel room, but as she exited, Mr. Combs awoke and began screaming at Miss Ventura. He followed her into the hallway of the hotel while yelling at her. He grabbed at her and then took a glass vase in the hallway and threw them at her, causing glass to crash around them as she ran to the elevator to escape. She managed to get into the elevator, and when she got to the lobby, quickly took a cab to her apartment. Upon realizing that her running away would cause Mr. Combs to be even angrier with her and completely struck in his vicious cycle of abuse, Miss Ventura returned to the hotel with the intention of apologizing for running away from her abuser. When she returned, hotel security staff urged her to get back into a cab and go to her apartment, suggesting that they had seen the security footage showing Mr. Combs beating Miss Ventura and throwing glass at her in the hallway. Upon information and belief, Mr. Combs paid the Intercontinental Century City $50,000 for the hallway security footage from that evening. Wow. So he paid them $50,000 to take that security footage so they wouldn't have that footage. So nobody could leak that. Wow. 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 What a son of a bitch. You're a piece of shit, Puffy. After this, Miss Ventura left her home in Comstock and went to hide away at a friend's home in Florida. James Cruz, president of Bad Boy Management, tracked Miss Ventura down and told her that her single would not be released if she did not answer Mr. Combs' phone calls. A woman who worked at Sony Music reached out to her with a similar ultimatum concerning her record. Incredibly, Mr. Combs even convinced one of his attorneys to call Miss Ventura at this time. This lawyer told Miss Ventura that, quote unquote, it's in your best interest to call Mr. Combs back. Each time Miss Ventura tried to run away, Mr. Combs and his powerful network would force her back to him. Mr. Combs' tight hold over her life had irreparably damaged her friendships. Around 2018, Miss Ventura was with her friend Kerry Morgan in her house. Mr. Combs used his key to Miss Ventura's house and came in unannounced. He and Miss Morgan had an altercation, during which Mr. Combs threw a hanger at Miss Morgan. Upon information and belief, the incident resulted in a settlement between Mr. Combs and Miss Morgan, and Miss Ventura ended up paying Miss Morgan additional funds in an attempt to resolve the dispute between her close friend and her abusive and controlling boyfriend. The relationship between Miss Ventura and Miss Morgan has been strained since this time. Seeing the extreme measures Mr. Combs took to keep a tight hold on Miss Ventura and isolate her from her support network, And having experienced the repercussions of rejecting his demands, Miss Ventura felt that saying no to Mr. Combs would cost her something: her family, her friends, her career, or even her life. Wow. Mm, mm, mm. He's just as bad as R. Kelly. Maybe even worse. Mm, mm, mm. Maybe even worse. This is crazy. Mm, mm, mm. That is crazy. So, technically, yeah, this is why Puff Daddy settled so quick, because he knows she has evidence against him and that all of this would come out in discovery. Another piece of shit roaming the streets. We cannot have this. These men of power need to be stopped. Bill Cosby, R. Kelly, and everybody else that has come along was just an example of what's to come. More is coming. There shall be a RICO for Mr. Diddy. I pray that the feds pick up on this and do an investigation. I really, truly do. I really, truly do. I do. He needs to be in jail sitting right next to R. Kelly. Talking about, yo, when are we going to do this next video, yo? I'll produce a video for you. Me and you be dancing together in the video like, yo, we in the jail cell, butt buddies, bumping butts. Crazy. Oh, my God. Now we're going to get into the next part where they speak of Mr. Combs rapes Miss Ventura. Now, by 2017 and 2018, Miss Ventura became desperate to leave Mr. Combs and his abuse of her. She recognized that if she stayed with him, she would never be able to have a successful career or ever be physically and mentally safe. She therefore became determined to completely break away from Mr. Combs and his cycle of abuse, and made concerted efforts to avoid him. In September of 2018, she joined Mr. Combs for a dinner at an Italian restaurant in Malibu, California, for what she believed would be a discussion about concluding their relationship for good. So after dinner, Mr. Combs and Miss Ventura returned to Miss Ventura's home, which was paid for by Mr. Combs. Mr. Combs forced himself into her apartment and tried to kiss Miss Ventura. She told him to stop and attempted to push him away. Mr. Combs then forcibly pulled off Miss Ventura's clothing and unbuckled his belt. He proceeded to rape Miss Ventura while she repeatedly said no and tried to push him away. Soon thereafter, Miss Ventura took steps to completely separate herself from her longtime abuser, including by leaving the home that he paid for and returning the car he purchased for her. Despite moving away, Miss Ventura's address was posted online in early of 2019, leading to fears of her safety. Miss Ventura, who was under immense duress during the months after Mr. Combs raped her, took all steps possible to entirely remove herself from her abuser's ambit, including by entering into contracts to end her record deal with Bad Boy Entertainment. Wow. That is just sad. How dare you? That's crazy. Despite now, now we're going to talk about Mr. Combs' sexual and physical abuse of Miss Ventura, which has caused her lifelong harm. So, as a result of the immense trauma Miss Ventura endured for over a decade with Mr. Combs, she has suffered and continues to suffer from immense emotional distress. Following her escape from the cycle of abuse and sex trafficking she endured, she struggled with the physical and mental manifestations of her trauma. The birth of her 2 children, however, allowed her a new lease on life and gave her purpose. She credits her children with saving her from the trauma that had consumed over a decade of her life. Except for the months when she was pregnant with her children, Miss Ventura struggled with her addictions to drugs and alcohol, addictions that were established and fueled by Mr. Combs. She turned to substances to drown out the memories of her abuse. Without being intoxicated, she suffered from horrific nightmares of the forced sexual acts that Mr. Combs demanded she participate in during the regularly scheduled FOs and of the physical beatings that she endured throughout her relationship. She had difficulty eating or sleeping, and her relationships with her family suffered. During this time, she frequently had thoughts of ending her life. To rebuild her life and her career, Miss Ventura needed to completely reinvent herself. She checked herself into inpatient treatment at a rehabilitation center where she first confronted the extent of the trauma she lives with. She has required intensive therapy and other medical care to recover from Mr. Combs' abuse, and she will forever live with the physical and psychological repercussions of the over a decade of violence, fear, and exploitation she endured. Although Miss Ventura was unable to speak up against the years of abuse she endured at the hands of Mr. Combs, she has since been able to rebuild her life and confront her trauma, thanks to the passage of New York's Adult Survivors Act and California's Sexual Abuse Accountability and Cover Up Act. Oh, so puzzle pieces, this is what you was talking about. The California Sexual Abuse Accountability and Cover Up Act. That's something else that comes out of California. Okay. So she is now ready and able to also confront her abuser and to hold him and those who enabled his abuse accountable for their actions. So, first cause of action is sex trafficking. So, the second cause of action would have been violation of the New York Services for Victims of Human Trafficking, New York Service Law. Third cause of action is the violation of the California Trafficking Victims Protection Act. And fourth cause of action is battery, sexual battery under New York law. And the fifth cause of action is sexual assault pursuant to the California Sexual Abuse and Cover Up Accountability Act. The sixth cause of action is the violation of the Victims of Gender Motivated Violence Act, NYC. So, seven cause of action is sexual harassment, gender discrimination, and hostile work environment under New York State human rights law. And then the 8th cause of action is sexual harassment, gender discrimination, and hostile work environment under New York human rights law. So, okay, and her prayers for relief, which is what she prays for, in judgment, for money judgment representing compensatory damages, including consequential damages, lost wages, earnings, and all other sums of money, together with interest on the amounts according to proof. So for money judgment for mental pain and anguish and severe emotional distress, according to proof, as well as for punitive and exemplary damages, according to proof, also for attorney's fees and costs, also for prejudgment and post-prejudgment interest, and for such other and further relief as the court may deem just and proper. And as we know, this was put in on November 16th of 2023. Okay. Whew, that was a lot to take in, guys. That was a lot to take in. That really was. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Okay, so Puzzle says, yes, that's it. Okay, yeah, about that California law. Okay. Hey, Levi. What's up, Levi? Puzzle pieces, no problem. I'm easy to get along with. What's going on in here? Oh my God, I'm so sorry, Mr. Levi. I was trying to remove my precious text and erased yours. So sorry. Oh, she deleted them. Or he wouldn't settle. But she got a copy. Levi says, well, at least y'all talking about Diddy and not my cousin Rob. Jesus Christ. Well, just to let you know, Levi, I mentioned your cousin a couple of times in here, okay? Just because he's just as bad as your cousin, maybe even worse. Okay? Yeah. Hiring male prostitutes to make his sex slave. He needs to be sitting next to Robert, Mr. Levi. Your cousin needs to be hanging out with Mr. Puff Daddy, bump buddies, Okay. So, hey, Les Smith, what's up, mama? C said Cassie was paid somewhere near 75 to 89 million. Really? Where did you get that from? Because she was only trying to settle for 30 million. So I think if anything, they settled for maybe 20, maybe 25, or maybe he just gave her the whole 30 and said, here you go. I don't know about 75, 89. Hey, the word. What's up, puppy? What's up? What's up? What's up? Yeah, you know what? It is weird. I mean, like, for me, it was just like, it's just you go there, you get to see some, entertainers that actually play these anime characters, and they perform, you take pictures with them. They have booths where you can buy certain collector's items from these characters. Like my daughter got a sword. And she also got a figurine of one of her favorite characters. So, it was cool, but I it was more for her than for me. You know what I mean? It really was. But I'm just glad she had a good time. Listen, I paid you won't even believe what I paid to get in there, girl. Okay. Right. Right. So, welcome everybody in the building. Let's see. I had why I gotta do it this way? What? Yeah, let me do this way. Oh, I forgot what it is. Shoot. Let me see something. Oh shit, it's not saved. Oh God. I wanted to show you guys. I don't remember if I had it on Facebook. Let me double check real quick. Let me see if I have it on Facebook. All right, give me one moment, guys. All right, I found the interesting video that you guys I wanted you guys to check out. You respectfully, dose of my opinion, I respectfully disagree, believe part of what she said, but what about the criminal charges? She can't bring criminal charges because the statute of limitations. That's why they're doing the civil suits. They can't bring criminal charges up. It was too long ago. The statute of limitations is up. So the best they could do is a civil suit. That's the only way they could get justice. So that's why these civil suits are happening, because they can't go and charge them criminally because it's past the statute of limitations. That's why I said they need to knock out the statute of limitations across the United States. Only certain states have that. So, you know, that's what it is. That's what it is. Okay, let me see if I could share my screen with y'all. Hold on. Okay. Also share tab audio. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Let me know if you guys can hear it. All right, give me a thumbs up once I start playing the video. Let's see if it'll. Oh, wait, it took me. Wait. Hold on. Ah, shit. What do you mean maximum? I'm just showing you right now. Okay. All right. Let me see the volume. Up. Let me hold on. That's for some reason it wasn't letting me do it here. Hold on, stop sharing this one. I'm gonna share this tab. Hold up. I gotta go back, y'all. Okay, hold on. It's this one. Okay, window. No, Microsoft Edge. Right, here we go.
What did Kim Porter say in her book about?
Okay. All right, now, y'all. I'm going to play it and let me know if y'all can hear it, okay?
About Diddy. This one, hell of a rabbit hole.
Cassie, I will advocate for you. Because, see, I know something that a lot of people don't know. I know that you and Kim Porter had a sit down right before she left us.
And here we are trying to figure out why Diddy settled so quickly. That's because Cassie had evidence that Kim Porter gave her. So what was in Kim's book? You want to hear it? Here you go. Now, I cannot confirm or deny what's in this book, but ain't nobody fit Natasha K. Me. So in this book, it detailed his relationships with men, footage of those encounters. It had the names of the men he slept with, a disease, allegedly Diddy giving Usher a disease, the argument that took place between Diddy and Usher's mom, Mary J. Blige being pregnant by Diddy. It says that she had an AB. Also in the book was the DV that Kim endured. Jaguar Wright says that Cassie knows what happened to Kim Porter when she tried to expose Diddy. Here goes his former bodyguard saying that he witnessed Diddy put his hands on Kim Porter.
They were at home at Kim's house on 110th Street. He wanted to, put his hands on her in the wrong way.
Jaguar accuses Diddy of poisoning Kim Porter. You know what I find strange? Diddy never sued a Jaguar for defamation.
Do you guys hear the video? Do you hear what she's saying? Guys, is anybody there? Give me a thumbs up or something. Hello? Can anybody out there give me a thumbs up and let me know that you were able to hear the video? Hello? Hello? Anybody home? Okay, so you were hearing the girl. All right, you heard the video. Thank you, Dose. Thank you, Dose. No, that's why I say the feds, if the feds do pick it up, they will do an investigation. They will look deep into this rabbit hole. You know what I mean? Like, they'll go deep, man. And if this is all factual shit, they're going to come up with a lot of proof. I'm pretty sure Diddy has a storage somewhere that they'll find whatever proof they need in that storage if he's just as slow as R. Kelly. All right, so let me go back to the video, guys, because I wanted to make sure y'all heard it. All right? And there was no echo or anything, right? You were able to hear it normal? Because I'm not on mute. So, all right.
So it makes you wonder, what did Kim say to Cassie in their last conversation?
I know Kim had some very good advice to give you, and I believe that this is why things are happening as they're happening now.
So Diddy's lawyer had came out and said that Cassie was trying to blackmail him. I don't even think 24 hours went by when he agreed to settle. It took Diddy 30 years to pay his former artists. For them to get their rights to their music, they had to sign an NDA. Why did Cassie agree to settle? After doing my research, they're saying that's the only option she had.
Right.
Cassie filed a civil suit, and settlement was the only outcome. Only a prosecutor could file cases in criminal court. So with Cassie shining a light on Diddy, it's up to them to open up an investigation against Diddy.
Okay, did you hear that dose of information? Dose of my opinion? I'm sorry, mommy. Or papi, whoever you are. I don't know if you're a guy or a girl. Okay, there's no echo. You heard what she said? There was no other way. The only way that there could be a criminal case is if the prosecutors, the state, decided to bring a case forward against Puff Daddy. But her herself, she cannot do it. So that's why she did it the way she had to do it, which was civil. But now that it's out in the open, now if the feds want to pick up on it and do an investigation, they can. And I hope they do. Because this is crazy. Let's go back to listening to this.
If you've read the 35 pages of Cassie's lawsuit, you'll realize that they kept mentioning everywhere she was trafficked. That's because trafficking was the foundation of her lawsuit. So she basically opened the door for them to file criminal and federal charges against Diddy.
Right.
They said what Cassie did was smart when she filed publicly instead of privately against Diddy.
Exactly.
They're saying the move was smart because she basically protected herself and her family.
Right.
So for a high-profile lawyer to even touch this case, they said Cassie's evidence had to be real damning.
Right.
So when Kim and Diddy were having an off moment, she started talking to this gentleman here, Shakir Stewart. They said Diddy was mad. This guy, Shakir Stewart, worked at Def Jam. So Diddy confronted Kim, and that's where the argument got really heated, and allegedly Kim ended up with a broken nose. I remember seeing this image. See the bandage?
Yeah.
As for Shakir Stewart, November 4th, 2008, he was found deceased in his Atlanta home. He suffered a firearm wound to the head. It was ruled that he took his own life. During the conversation with Al B. Shore, Kim told that she was running from something, that Al B. Shore advised her to go to the FBI. He even said this in an Instagram post. So I'll be sure posts that, and then he ends up in a coma. He was in a coma for 2 months, and he had multiple organ failure. Everybody that was around Diddy ended up passing away, according to Jarrell Wright.
Andre was writing a book right before he died. Heavy D was working on a book before he died. Kim Porter was working on a book before she died. And Al B. Sure was working on the documentary of his life. And then he goes into a coma. Kim was smart, wasn't she, Cassie? Kept you alive and kept you safe. I will advocate for you. You are a victim. And I know that. Congratulations on surviving and congratulations on standing up.
Okay. And that was from Adisha Jenkins on TikTok. Yeah, that's her TikTok. And then she did another one. Check this one out. This one kind of like creeped me out, y'all, when she introduced this little information. You know, she's doing her own little investigating, and this is all alleged, okay? But this is her theory of what's happening and what could have happened. So let's check her video out. Okay, hold on. Let me go back. Okay, there we go. Now you could check her out on TikTok. I'm wondering if this is her yeah, I think this is her actual video. Okay, I think this is her video. I'm gonna put her information in the chat. Is this her? Yeah, I think this is her. I believe this is her. I dropped her link in the chat, guys. So if you want to follow her, please follow her. All right. She said she's going to deeply investigate, doing her own thing, you know, and she's going to follow the case very closely. You know, once upon a time, I really would have the time to sit here and go through all this stuff and do my own investigation as I did per R. Kelly. But I really don't have the time to go down this rabbit hole here. It's deep too. It's a lot. But let's listen to her. Let's check her out.
Hey y'all, I've been going down this Diddy rabbit hole, and I came across an interesting story I want to share. I never heard of Erica Kennedy until today. I went looking into a story about Kim Porter and ended up coming across Kimora Lee Simmons and Erica Kennedy. So Kimora Lee Simmons and Erica Kennedy were BFFs. So was Kimora Lee Simmons and Kim Porter. Kimora Simmons and Kim Porter came up in the game together as models. They said that Kimora was crushed when she learned of Kim's passing. But we're here to talk about Erica Kennedy. You see, it says right here, Kennedy was the best friend of model and television personality Kimora Lee Simmons, serving as the maid of honor at her wedding to Russell Simmons, and she's the godmother to Kimora's kids. It says, following her graduation, Kennedy started a career working as a publicist with various top fashion designers, including Tommy Hilfiger and Sean Combs. Erica Kennedy wrote this book called Bling. It was about a music mogul who started dating this really young girl and some other stuff that somebody wouldn't want to get out. Erica Kennedy's book was a New York Times bestseller. Erica ends up dead, Kennedy's cause of death has never been publicly announced. Here, in essence, it says Erica Kennedy, what her passing teaches us. As of this writing, no official cause of death has been released. I just pulled this up, and according to them, there's still no official cause of death released. So Kimora lost her best friend, Erica Kennedy, unexpectedly. Then she suddenly loses Kim Porter. This guy is Ed Winter. Ed Winter does high-profile autopsies, okay? Michael Jackson, Whitney Houston, Brittany Murphy, Corey Haim, Paul Walker. When Kim passed away, Kimora was like, nah. I'm not hearing that. This is my second best friend. Something funny. Kim Porter was supposedly said to have passed away from lobar pneumonia. I'm going to just leave this here for y'all to read. Y'all can pause it if you want. So as you can see in that report, Kim Porter's death was ruled a homicide. It was ruled a homicide by Ed Winter. So because he said all that, he got fired. Well, would you look at that? So it says Jaguar Wright supposedly claimed that there was an autopsy done on Porter, which claimed that there was poison in Porter's body at the time of death. This allegedly meant that her death was ruled as a homicide. However, that autopsy supposedly disappeared. Ed Winter, who's a coroner to celebrities at the time, reportedly did the autopsy results for Porter, and he allegedly ruled it as a homicide. So they fired Ed Winter and replaced him with another coroner, and that coroner came back with she died of natural causes. So nobody knows what Erica Kennedy's official cause of death is. Crazy part is I didn't even know Kimora was the one that found Kim Porter. She lost both of her best friends. One that was directly involved with Diddy and one directly and kind of indirectly involved with him.
Okay. That's crazy, right, y'all? I was trying to look for that book and I couldn't find it, y'all. If anybody could find that book, Bling. What was the girl's name again? I forgot her name. But yeah, that's kind of crazy, right, y'all? I had some other things here. Hold on. I'm trying to find it. Let me see. But I was trying to get it open. Give me a moment, y'all. Okay, guys, can you see that? My Instagram. Drop the link. Okay, give me a second. I got you right now. All right, I just dropped the link, Mama. If anybody wants to come up, you're more than welcome to come up. All right, I'm gonna show you this post that I saw on Instagram. Wait, I'm trying to get my Instagram page up. There we go. Okay. Okay. I don't know if I can. All right. Here we go. Can I? Is there any way? All right. Let's see. Okay. Oh, I can. This was supposed to be a picture of Cassie when she got beat up. It says Cassie posted and deleted this worrisome picture in 2014 during her Dubai trip with Diddy. Reports later had said that this was an ATV accident and it was clearly a lie. You see her face? She has a patch on her forehead, the busted lip. Remember in the document we just read, and it spoke about the time she was at the place and he beat her, and she had a lump on her head, a cut on her head. She was bleeding. Her lips were busted. This is it. This is the glasses she posted that were broken. She covered her face. You see that? Hold on. All right. Okay. Hey, baby.
Hey, Diva, how are you? Hey, chat, how is everybody?
Hey, Mama, I'm good. And you? Good to hear from you. Long time no hear from, girl.
I know. Happy Thanksgiving, Oko. Happy Thanksgiving, everybody.
Happy Thanksgiving to you too, sweetheart. How was yours?
It's a day late. It's officially now Merry Christmas, but you know.
Right. Christmas is right around the corner. You ain't lying, girl.
Yes,
Not
it
lying.
is. Yes, it is.
So what do you think of this Diddy situation, girl?
Okay. So I wanted to answer someone that was named Dose of Opinion, I think.
Yes.
I think there are a couple of people that are unsure of how the legal system works. Right. She doesn't have the capability to charge him criminally.
Right.
What happens criminally is she makes the charge. She gives her evidence and her statement to the authorities. Right. The authorities investigate. Then the authorities take the evidence, gather the evidence that they have. They give it to a grand jury, and then they come up with the bill of an indictment to indict him for whatever it is that he's done, whether it be rape, sex trafficking, domestic violence, abuse, those kinds of things. So she didn't have the ability to do it, and because she waited so long to officially file her complaint, the only way she could do it was to do it civilly.
Right.
Under this new law, under this new New York law.
Right.
There are several people I hear say that she did it for money. She wanted money. Right. No, She wanted justice.
Right.
Cassie is not broke. Cassie is actually worth about $5 million. Cassie is married to a man that is not married, that is not worth $5 million. Cassie is actually the breadwinner in her family. So Cassie is not broke.
Right.
Cassie wanted responsible for the things that he had done to her, because I think she was starting to see that he was grooming someone else to do the same thing to her, to grooming someone else to see that they were doing the same thing to them that he had done to her. And almost 12 years of abuse is a lot of trauma.
And you know, I think he was trying to do that with Young Miami.
I feel that she saw lots of similarities there, and realized that there was a possibility that he would possibly do that to her.
Right.
And he would stifle her career, because you have to keep in mind, a man that signs you to a 10-album deal, who sees that you only had a 1-album deal, and the 1-album deal did pretty good, but the 1-album deal was years ago. Right. So I kind of have been looking at this back and forth, and I question so many people that say that she's a liar, she's not telling the truth. You have to realize she was abused.
Right.
She was introduced to drugs and alcohol at a very young age.
Right.
She was groomed at a very young age to be whatever it was that he wanted to be.
I mean, she was 19, he was 37.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Like,
and there's so many people, just like with R. Kelly supporters, they don't believe, they give R. Kelly and Diddy all of this leeway and say there's no possible way that he can do it. But
right.
He's the powerful one. And I don't know what evidence Cassie had, but whatever evidence Cassie had, it must have been something very damaging.
Well, she said her mother took pictures of her bruised body.
Yeah. Whatever evidence there was, he settled that case faster than I have ever seen a case settled. He settled the case before he actually got the solicitation,
the hearing, the status hearing, or anything.
Before he ever got the solicitation,
right,
that says that she was suing him.
Right. That, yes, there you go. Mm-hmm.
He never even got the solicitation.
She just made a complaint. That was it.
She made a complaint. Mm-hmm. And if anyone has ever been a victim, I myself have never been a victim, but I've worked with several. Mm-hmm. And if you've been a victim, especially, it doesn't even have to be a rich and powerful man. It can be any man.
Any Joe.
Any man. That man will intimidate you. Yes. And you have to realize that this man had control of her career. Everybody says, why didn't she walk away? He had control of her career.
Yep.
He threatened her. She would run away from him. He would always find somebody to bring her back within his circle. Right. He would have his attorneys call her and tell her, oh, you did this whole body of work, to release music, something with acting, but it's not going to come out unless you go and talk to him. And each time talking to him meant coming back to him and doing these heinous things.
Yep. And it's sad, because all these people around, they're doing their jobs. So they are themselves, they're trapped because they don't know what to do. They're like, damn, this is my source of income. If I say something, I'm going to be out of work for how long? I don't even know.
Absolutely.
And he could even blackball me from getting my next security job.
Absolutely. And think about it. We can parallel that with people like Cheryl Mack.
Yeah.
Cheryl Mack knew that those girls under it. Cheryl Mack knew those girls were underage.
Right.
Cheryl Mack knew she was booking those trips for those girls that were
He
underage.
sure did.
She knew what he was doing. But Cheryl Mack, he wasn't paying Cheryl Mack. Want to know why he wasn't paying her? Because he wanted to control her. See, you have to have everybody around you. You have to control all of these people
Yes.
to
Yes.
keep them in a situation of fear.
Yes.
So they won't admit to the
And
whole
chaos, because they have to be able to control the chaos.
So they won't
Stay
admit,
open-minded.
so they won't admit to the whole world what a sick bastard you truly are.
Right. Right.
R. Kelly, those boys, everybody, oh, he didn't do anything to any boys. Oh, yeah, he did.
I mean, Gene Deal has been exposing P. Diddy for a long time. And you know what? He has not sued Gene Deal at all.
Not one bit. And Gene Deal has stole and the thing that was surprising to me as I was reading her complaint, how I had heard some of these same things that she had gone through that had happened with other women. There was a woman that came out a couple of years ago that told the story about him and abuse, and the stories that she told about how he abused drugs and he wouldn't let her go to sleep. She had to watch him because he was scared he would die in his sleep because he took too many drugs.
Oh, God.
Things like that.
Are you talking about that Asian girl?
The Asian girl that
Yes,
told
Gina, something like that her name is.
told the whole story about him and then proceeded to go right back to him.
Yeah.
See,
That's the thing, when you feel like you have low self-esteem and you see a powerful man like Puff Daddy, R. Kelly, giving you praise and showering you with gifts, and then beating your ass and then apologizing for it, and then showering you with gifts and telling you they love you and that they're sorry and it won't happen again, and you think they're going to change and it's not going to happen again, and maybe it was because they were drunk, maybe because they were on drugs, maybe because he was tired, maybe because he had a long day at the office, so he's upset and he took it out on me, but he loves me.
Blame it on themselves.
Say it again.
Several women blame that on themselves.
Right.
If I would have let him do, it's Cassie herself says, she's vomiting, she's sick,
right.
and he's still making her do this
and feeding her drugs.
And feeding her drugs and telling her, and she's still telling herself, oh my God, if I don't do this, he's gonna beat me. He's gonna beat me worse than he did already. Mm-hmm. What is he going to do to my family?
Right. Is he going to kill me next?
Is he going to kill me?
Right.
And the straw that broke the camel's back to me was she agreed to have dinner with him. Just a dinner. I guess maybe she thought maybe they were going to talk about her contract.
She said, yeah, they were going to talk about settling, separating easily without any tension, friction, pain, and just break up smoothly. That's what she thought.
Right. And he breaks in on her and rapes her. And then the thing, and I'm going to say this, Diva, and then I'm going to let you say, this is the thing that's most heinous to me. Before this came out, I streamed his latest album.
Oh, I didn't even know he had a new album. How about that?
He has a new album. I streamed his new album. He accused her of trying to blackmail him to keep her silent for the things that he had done for her. He had been doing it for, but he has a song on his album called Homecoming. The name of the song is called Homecoming.
Okay.
Diddy used to call Cassie by a nickname, and it was CC. If you listen to that song, throughout the song, he says CC Let me talk to you. And he proceeds to tell her how much he misses her, how his soul is broken, that she is gone. And towards the end of the song, he tells her, you can run back to me, run back to my arms, leave everything you have, and bring your kids. That's a song he released on his current album that was just released in September. So I know no one, Diva, who is being extorted that would release a song about telling a woman.
What?
What did you say?
What's the name of the song?
The name of the song is called Homecoming, and it's on the Off the Grid album. It's brand new. It was just released. The album was just released in September. He tells her, if this guy isn't making you happy or something.
Okay,
like
I got the lyrics.
And he called her Cece because there is she sent him a birthday card one year, and she signed it, Love Cece. And that song, he's telling her, I want you back. I've lost my soul. I want you back. So I don't know a man that's been extorted for 6 months by someone who releases a song telling a woman, come back to me and bring your kid. You have to realize that he's being extremely disrespectful to her husband. He doesn't care about the husband.
You know,
he tell her, bring your kids.
I can't find the video I had of her husband talking shit about him.
Yeah.
He called him an old pervert or some shit.
Where he doesn't care anything about her husband, where he tells her, leave and bring your kids. Bring both of your kids you've had with this man, your husband. Right. Leave him. Bring your kids. Right. And bring your kids. You can bring your kids with you too. He's heinous.
Yeah, he really is for that.
He's all of this. He's heinous, and I've seen there've been other people who've come out with sexual abuse. Good for them.
Right.
Everybody doesn't tell the truth. I realize that, but she was so detailed in that court filing where they had a trigger warning on the actual court filing. I have never seen that before in my life.
I've never seen that. You know, I don't really look at legal paper, so I've never seen it before, period.
But I just wanted to say, because that dose of opinion was kind of saying, well, how do we know that Cassie isn't doing this, and Cassie's broke, Cassie's husband is broke, Cassie needs the money. Doesn't need the money. Cassie is worth over $6 million. And Cassie really doesn't work because she's raising her children. She doesn't want to. She doesn't have to.
Right.
So
well, I got these lyrics. I've got these lyrics up. Let me see if I can share it.
Okay. I'm gonna go back in the chat, honey. It was so good talking to
you. You too, Mama. Thank you for expressing your opinion, honey.
Everybody so much. You guys stay cool, and I'll talk to you later.
You too, Mama. Thank you for stopping by, sweetheart. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye, baby. So, okay, so Les Smith gave us a little tip here. So we're gonna share. I'm gonna share the screen, and we are gonna check out these lyrics. All right. Let's see. Oh no. Okay. Let's see if I can maybe blowing up the Oh, okay. I'll do it like that. All right, let's do it like that. Okay, so the name of the song is Homecoming. Give me 1 second, guys. sorry, I got some water. All right, so this is the song from Diddy called Homecoming. And it says, baby, won't you come home? Come on home. Baby, won't you come on home? Come on home. I tried to get you out of my head. Home. I tried to get you out of my soul. Home, home. Seasick. Let me talk to you. Sweet little bird. Did you get you a chance to touch heaven? Oh yeah. Oh, have you hit your peak? Oh, hit your peak. Met someone that you never regretting. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, I miss you. I'm needing you in my happiness. You waited for all those years. Oh, I miss you. And since we could never find another to take each other's place, let's keep it right here. If he's not good to you, then I know a place you could run to. Come on. If he's not good to you, then I know a place you could run to. Come on. March right into my arms. Baby, won't you come on home? Baby, won't you come on home? March right into my arms. Baby, won't you come on home? March right into my arms. Okay, so it's the chorus, I gather. Then he says, baby, won't you come on home? Come on home. I guess I ain't even no fuck that, yo. I kick flows for you. Come on. I kick down doors for you. Yeah. Even leave all my motherfucking hoes for you. That's right. Oh, I leave them all. Yeah. When you left, I got close to myself. Staring in the mirror, made an oath with myself. Thou shalt not fuck with nor see Puff. What? He knows he can never see us. I feel for you. God, please protect me in your arms when it's cold. Bring my baby home. Know its flaws in my soul. 'Cause I need you. Can't live without you. Without you. You complete me. Come on, complete me. How could you leave me? How could you leave me? How? Fuck everything that we seen and did. Yeah, come on. Even split. Leave your shit. Bring the kid. Come on home. That's right. Let's go. If he's not good to you, come on home. Come on home. Then I know a place you could run to. Come on home. Is he serious with this? So this is the part you were talking about last minute. He's like, fuck everything that we seen and did. Yeah, come on. Even split. Leave your shit. Bring the kid. Come on home. That's right. Let's go. What? OMG. I forgot what that. That is crazy. Then he says, march right into my arms. Baby, won't you come on home? Come on home. Congratulations. I guess it's all over now. You finally succeeded in breaking my heart. How that new boo treating you? Oh. He's literally disrespecting her husband. What new boo? Good answer. What? Good answer. This shit could go bad real quick, though. But since we off the grid, though. What? Yeah. It did go bad real quick. That's why she decided to fucking sue your ass. For me, this is a threat. For me, that shit is a threat. What the hell just happened to the thing? Okay. Like, for me, that is a threat. All right, I don't know what happened to the fucking... What happened to the lyrics just now? They changed this shit and I can't. It's so weird now. That's crazy, yo. That's crazy, guys. So, I had another video. I just can't find it right now. Damn it. I don't know where it is. Oh, here it is, right here. Okay, I found the video. I wanted to share this other video with you guys. I don't know if y'all got to see this too, but he was taunting Cassie. He was taunting Cassie in this. Let me share this. Hold on. All right, hold on. All right, where's the sound? Where's the fucking sound? Okay, here we go. All right.
When you put your girl on the snap, baby.
All right.
Baby. I mean, shit getting weird. Come on, baby. It's hot outside. You fucking wrapped up in that blanket. Let's go jog on the beach. What you got to say now? You ain't got shit to say. When you put your girl on the snap, baby. Baby. I mean, shit getting weird. Come on, baby. It's hot outside. You fucking wrapped up in that blanket. Let's go jog on the beach. What you got to say now? You ain't got shit to say. When you put your girl on the snap, baby. Baby. I mean, shit getting weird. Come on, baby. It's hot outside. You fucking wrapped up in that blanket. Let's go jog on the beach.
I'm trying to make it bigger.
What you got to say now? You ain't got shit to say. When you put your girl on the snap, baby. Baby. I mean, shit getting weird. Come on, baby. It's hot outside. You fucking wrapped up in that blanket. Let's go jog on the beach. What you got to say now? You ain't got shit to say. When you put your girl on the snap, baby.
Wait, okay. No, there we go. I was trying to make it bigger, but for some reason I can't.
You ain't got shit to say. When you put your girl on the snap, baby. Baby. I mean, shit getting weird. Come on, baby. It's hot outside. You fucking.
So this is a throwback to when Diddy posted Cassie on his story where she was curled up in a ball on the floor with the blanket.
Wrapped up in that blanket. Let's go jog on the beach. What you got to say now? You ain't got shit to say. When you put your girl on the snap, baby. Baby.
He probably just finished beating her ass. He probably just finished beating her ass. She's hiding under that blanket, embarrassed of whatever it was that he did to her. And he's recording this shit. Like, this is fucking cute. That's bananas. That is bananas, guys. Well, I'm going to wrap this up, y'all. Please don't forget to hit that like button on your way out, all right? For those who are on the replay, let me know what you think. Leave your comments below. Should there be a RICO charge against Puff Daddy? Let me know in the comment section below, all right, guys? Tell me what y'all think. And your girl, Diva Divine Light, is out. Peace.
You are watching Diva Divine Light.
You can fuck with me if these red bottoms, these bloody shoes. Hit the scoop, I can get them both. I don't want to choose, and I'm quick. Cut a nigga off, so don't get comfortable. Look, I don't dance now, I make money move. Now I gotta dance, I make money move. If I see you now, that means I don't fuck with you. I'm a boss, you a worker, bitch. I make bloody move. Now she say, gon' do what or who? Let's find out and see. Cardi B, you know where I'm at, you know where I be. Just a party, I'm there, I can play. I be in and out the game so much, I know they tired of me.